I've got balls of steel.
Hey, what's up? Yo. Alright. Let me guess again. Are you all doing alright? Dupes! Eddie, ma'am? You right? I'll do. You had a good week so far? Off to the chiropractor, noise cipher. Can't tell if I want to go to a chiropractor or not. I was fearing I'm going to break my back. Yeah, not bad, mate. But yeah. So we've got the Pro version and the wide version. A bit dark on this side, so I need to sort this light out, so apologies. It's okay this way. Cobra's gonna be the mouse of the year? I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully. I heard people talking about it in great light, positively. People are a little bit disappointed, but maybe they'll change their mind when it gets out there a bit more. You need a Beardy Bob Cobra Pro. Well, we're definitely going to tweak it today, let's put it that way. You can always get it off me later if you want. And then talking to Potato, he was right. We're going to compare it to the like M800. It looks pretty fucking similar. This looks like it's got the same scroll wheel as the M800. Slightly different here, this little bit, but it'll be interesting. I'll do some measurements and stuff and then take it apart. I'll do a proper review on it, but that won't be today. I'll give me some thoughts on what I think. So curious, I'll see what it's like against this. I've got white one, tidy.
I've got balls of steel.
Definitely looks bigger. Looks bigger. Just follow Amy Apt, is it? Adapt. How you doing? Aim Adapt. So this M800's also got a 3395 on it. Missed that. light over this side. Yeah, a little bit better. Yeah, M800 next to it. I bet they do look uncannily alike. There's a scroll wheel that Potato pointed out, but they are slightly different rubber. Slightly thinner on the M800. Interesting. Professional in the house. Taking it seriously then. Wants to see what the fuss is all about. A Cobra Prime. Some victims from the other day. Ninja! Medium man. Good news, I got my cup of tea. Did it pass the cup of tea test? That dark enough? Hello, sausage.
Excellent!
Everyone looking at the lightweight Cobra. So we've got the normal Cobra. I just got the normal one, the white one. White one, the wide one. Hey. Cheers for the Sub Ninja. Does that make it? That's how many? 19 months. Holy shit. You're still up there as a king, mate. Still up as a king. It's the it's my lighting because we've messed around recently. That can set up a little bit. That better? Looks a bit better, doesn't it? That's too much. My eyes! For now, till I sort my lighting out. There we go. Help you out with the black. It's a little bit dark. It's so late where you are. 9:30, a little bit, I guess, mate. A little bit STX. A little bit. I just feel cheap, this Cobra, man. So we've got the M800 to compare against it. But let's take a look at the... Let's take a look. Is it Viper Mini size? That's what I did want to find, a Viper Mini, actually. Me, 2 secs. I've got to go downstairs to get a Viper Mini because I forgot. Right. Let's do one of these boxes. Just give me 2 secs. And we can compare, because we want to compare onto it. Another look at the brew. And there you go. Oh, with the light in it. There you go. Right. Got to remove the sticker off the wire, get the weight down. Screws are under the... Yeah, they're under the feet. Interesting. Oh, yeah, so they are. Oh, but they are on the wireless. So they made this maybe more like a Viper Mini, the original one, then maybe is that what we're saying? 6 out of 10. Come on, it's more than that. Look how dark it is. A double back there. Alright, 2 secs. Back in a sec. Found this. Found this Viper Mini downstairs. Okay, 2 secs. I'm back. God damn. One Viper Mini. This is Chair's fire retardant. Oh, what's happened? Oh, because the sticker's still on it. Wonder if the OG Viper Mini is out of production. You'd think so. I mean, Cobra versus the Viper Mini. The only way you'd tell, slightly longer DPI, and this little ridge is different. Black tea with milk, that's plenty. I ain't drinking black tea, never. Survival 3 video the other day. Same mouse you got 3 times because of how cheap it is. Certainly is cheap, that mouse, mate. The label. It looks slightly bigger than Cobra there. Like, just. I don't get why they made it a millimetre bigger. Just a little bit bigger, innit? We'll measure it anyway. Still have the OG Viper look. Still has the OG Viper look. You reckon the Viper Mini looks better in looks? I prefer this bump, but maybe that bump annoyed people in the hand or something. Yeah, they got rid of the Viper, the ring. Same skate design. Ironically, it's a bit difficult. Bit of juggling, different sensor ring. You know. Right, should we do first? Should we do the measurements first? So we got Viper Mini, Cobra Pro, Cobra Wired. Green tea. Oh, actually, it's called black tea, but it's green tea. I see. Could have added wireless charging to it. I thought they have added wireless charging to it, and that's what the puck's for. You get the puck in it, you got wireless charging, don't you? I'll have this one open, obviously. So the Viper Mini has got the screw underneath it, like the wired one, so similar design. Alright, let's sort the weight. Start the weight first. If on you already got your Cobra Pro open. You didn't revolt. Good to see you back, mate. You said you were going to fall out. We've got a bit yet before we do that, but we'll certainly take it apart. So Viper Mini, 60, 61, close to it. Cable's going to tweak it a little bit, but let's call it 60. Wired Cobra. Okay. A bit lighter. Cable's going to play with it. We'll wait without the cable later, but maybe a couple of grams lighter than the Viper Mini. But again, the cable can play that, so let's call it 58, similar. And then the Pro, with the puck in still, you can definitely tell it's heavier. 77. 78 like it says. So Quite a difference in the batch of a battery. That's going to have a hell of a battery in that, right? It's going to be a monster battery. I wanted to ask. I like the Lamzu Atlantis mini shape. Would I like the Razer Viper Cobra? Slightly more flared, I think, at the front. Here it is. It's not a mini, but here's a Lamzu Atlantis. It's a 4K one. You can see it's slightly less flared at the front. It's like it flares out there. Viper. Horseback me on that. Mofo bit me. Getting hot, man. How you doing, Gerald? Hello. Hello, friend. Will this mod be your friendly? You used your friendly today? This mod. Will this modding be your user friendly today? Do both. We'll do that. I see. So the easy one. We'll do the easy one first, and then we'll do the brutal one. So we call it destructive and non-destructive. So non-destructive, which means we won't damage it, and then we'll cut it up. Pure hiding, my friend. Most tuning in like 6 months. I know I'm back, mate. That's what I said. I said I'm returning back. Had a load of problems. Now we've returned. Compare the Cobra Pro mini weight and size ratio to a G703. It's pretty light. 703 is pretty light. Nah, I thought it's going to be interesting. This is Lamzu, right? Here's a Lamzu. This is a bigger shape. Watch this. Cobra Pro. Glad to see it. Definitely pure, definitely. You can remove 5-7 grams from the base since it's solid bob. Indeed, we'll be able to, mate. No worries. So we're playing. I can get 20 grams out of this Pro Cobra, to be fair. What do you think about the new Vaxi MPO-1S wireless? Yeah, it'll be right. The MPO-1 was good. I remember we've got the MPO-1 wireless. I can't remember. I've certainly got one of the newer ones. Can't remember if it's that one. If you have 2 long strips, skates along the top. You cut out. Yep. Is really rad. Very heavy. It is heavy indeed, mate. Hit 100. What, 100 grams? So, I weighed it. Let's measure them then. Let's see what the differences in measurements. Viper Mini first. Let's use this one. The Viper Mini comes in it today. We'll just take off the first top button. But I measure it like the longest button, basically. Like, slightly off axis, but it's the true length. Yeah, because it's slightly longer that way. Oh, come on, camera. Right, 117. This will be easier. Slightly bigger, not much. $120. We took it off the front, like dead center. Then you're looking at 118 focus. You just said them down a little wider. It's about a mil bigger, that looks like. It has to be a bit straight above, not like crooked like. There you go. And then against the wired Cobra. Oh, you hit 100 on Diablo. Nice. That's on the button. Come on. Oh. And then the center. Somewhere there. So they're very close already, aren't they? They're pretty tight already. So the bottom width. How much do the sapphire dots weigh? I can't remember, to be fair, off the top of my head. I've measured them though, but it was a while ago. What would you recommend to do with the side grips being very slippy? Grip tape? I mean, there's one difference here. Look at the Viper Mini has no rubber, but the Cobra does now. Razer took it off originally. It is a little bit soft. It's not the rock hard rubber. Even though, oh no, hang on a minute, but that's interesting. But the wired one doesn't have it. The wired one's smooth. I thought I'd have rubber. So the wireless one has rubber. The wired one doesn't have rubber. Side ones look bigger.
I've got balls of steel.
Okay, there's a difference. For your extra money, you get some rubber sides. Just for the follow, slow reflex, how do you know? You really buy a wide mouse these days? Some people still like it, but cost-wise, it's a lot cheaper in it, I guess. Right, so the bottom middle, let's see what this weighs. That's what this measures. 54, get away light. The rubber, I think, is the only difference here, actually. Looking at that, I would say. The rubber's the extra width. So this means this is going to be narrower? Yep. A little bit. Looks slightly wider, actually. 53.
I've got balls of steel.
Yeah, it's the same. Just follow simples, maybe man. Simples 26. Probably the same width actually as the Viper Mini as well. I bought my bigger cup of tea today. I'm already a bit parched. Use aero tape, sticky on both sides. Okay, interesting. Does it like a rubber sticky, or is it like sticky, like tape sticky? If it ain't wires, it ain't the mouse for me. Indeed, mate. It's all those fires near you, pure. That's why it's so on. Right, we'll measure the front width. And then we go just well, a little bit actually. Middle scroll wheel, it's the furthest. So 59. And has there been any differences? It seems to just be the width, like the length of it, that's different. Okay, 59. Look. Bit slightly bigger, like 0.1 of a mil or something. Not much. Probably just the caliper. Caliper is one moving with this one slightly now, so I'd say they're the same. Same in width. 33 outside medium is toasty, mate. Not bad, it's like 17.
I've got balls of steel.
Drop down nicely at the top. Here's Jumpy Beetroot. Love the name. 61. Oh, it's a little bit. It's got a bigger booty. Not much. Slightly bigger here. Maybe a mil. It's close. So after this, we'll take them apart, and then we can see what the difference is inside. The wireless one just feels a little bit bigger red again. Wire one's slightly bigger, like fractionally, I would say. 23C in your apartment though. I got the aircon on, mate. Nice. SDX Studio. Hey, Bob. My aircon comes end of the month. Thank God. Finally. One thing I've wanted in my house. But unusual in the UK to have aircon, but I need it for up here. It's too hot up here. All this gearing faces south, so it gets baked. Right, center, or the middle hump, on the Viper Mini. 38. Alright, it's definitely slightly lower because I can skim it. It's fractionally lower the Pro. 38. Yeah, the same on this one. I just put a little notch there, but yeah, same really. Caliber, slightly difference there, but not noticeable, I'd say. definitely lower? Yeah, it is lower. You live a life mini shape person, and I'm so excited to mod along with you. Hey, you modding as well? Nice. That's two of you modding along. Beautiful. I'll be honest, I never get over losing my dot for the Viper Ultimate. We didn't like it. You didn't want to lose it, is that what you're saying? So the button width 24 today. Focus. Hey. Twitch for the win, people. Fractionally bigger. Like, probably unnoticeable. Come on, don't let me down today, Canon. Left one always seems slightly bigger on there. Buttons, like marginally. The wired one. Not the easiest thing to measure this. Very similar. Come on, Canon. Okay. They are similar. What about the scroll wheel? Another noticeable difference here. Look at the DPI button. You've got on the wide one you've got a single button, but on the Pro you've got two buttons. And a different scroll wheel. It'll be interesting when we take it apart to have a look. Right, reasonable scroll, 7.63. I do like the scroll on the Viper. I always have this one, looks a little bit thinner maybe. Alright, same width. Wired one, yeah, same. Okay, all the same, different looks. You can measure the sensor position. They're always center, so we know that's going to be pretty similar. 26.4, 0.4. Let's go the back of it in a minute. A little bit longer, maybe. 27 maybe. Centered anyway. Light. Get my lighting sorted out. Same note. With the front and back that we might see a difference on. It's normally where it's at if it's going to be in a weird position. Probably just the caliber position. Same position, I think it's just the way I'm measuring it there slightly. Alright, front and back. Let's see. Do you think you can fit the sides of the wireless on the Cobra Pro? The sides? What, the actual plastic sides? They don't ping off like that, mate. It'll be one piece. It'll be an inner shell, so you're better off just taking the rubber. Well, pretty sure it's going to be one piece. It's like we'll try and put the shell of the Viper Mini on it. But I bet it doesn't make any difference. I don't see why we'd bother. We'll try out morbid curiosity. That's 61 on the back, and there's only a slightly rough estimate to get an idea. Slightly forward on the Mini. Okay. Didn't bother me too much, no. Looks like it's going to be very similar. Same kind of position. don't know why they just didn't make the skates the same as the Mini. But... different now. You've got a cheaper sensor in the wide one.
I've got balls of
You change the
steel.
sensor. Here's for the follow. Nebula. Wait, what do you name that? Apologies. They're similar.
I've
They're all
got
slightly
balls
forward.
of steel.
Sensors. Anything else you should measure? Why do a PCB swap when you can just split the existing Teardown? Yeah, you can do. Exactly. I'm doing a PCB swap. Just morbid curiosity. Are we going to attempt to put the Cobra PCB into the Viper Mini? Yep. I'll give it a whirl. I suppose that morbid curiosity to see whether they change it. That's all. That conversation with the landlord in a dark alley. Interesting. Anything else you want to check out on the compared to the Viper? There's even only 1K pole in. The wireless one's 4K. It can be.
I've got balls of steel.
Just a follow, Sinden, please. Oh, shut Siri. Accept my earphones. The old question: what's my main mouse? I don't have one at the minute because I use too many. You'll see that today. These three. They're my main mice at the minute. I'm purely because I'm testing them out. Big funny videos. Cheers, Sinden. Like them, man. I don't really have a main because I just switch around too much. That's a comparison of the Viper Mini and the Cobra. Both wide and wireless, and there's little differences really, to be fair, straight off the bat there. They're very, very similar. So, yeah, they are similar. Still about the 4K HDS that you're still rocking, mate. Blue Shy, the transparent ones are okay. Need to do a video comparing them, but we will. So let's compare the Cobra Pro against the M800, which is its cheap release, $33.95 version. This one, which people are wanting now. They are releasing a 4K version of this. Let's see. Let's see what the weight difference is. That'll be an interesting one against the Pro. There is the M800. It's slightly bigger than the M800. 73. We have done a weight reduction on the M800. Still lighter though. There's no point in doing the wired on. We'll leave that off for the minute because we know what the measurements are. Identical. It's a lot bigger. 124 is pretty big compared to the Pro. Even if we like, this is the button. Focus. Quite a difference there on the millimeters. And if you put it in, even in the middle, instead of just the front button, quite a bit smaller that. That shows the weight difference already. You got two of them. Is that one case one breaks, mate? Very tell sensors forward on this M800. 56 width. I've got two chat box. I can chew out. 53. What do you reckon? You think it's going to be the same inside the Cobra Pro as the Viper Mini? I think it's going to be disclosed. Or V2 Pro maybe. But these are definitely, the M800 is definitely a bigger mouse. You want a slightly larger one. Can't remember the measurements of the Razer Viper V2 Pro though. Still don't get why Razer built this over, so I'm going to just call it a Viper Mini. Got a lot bigger buttons here then. Got big sausage fingers, you're right. Progress. As the main button wobble on the Cobra. I'll have a look in a sec. Give me a sec. Have a look at the build quality of it. Come on. Oh, 31. Didn't want to focus. This is only 24, wasn't it? We just measured this. 25, 24. Compared it to the Viper Mini. Come on, Canon. Let me down. Cat hair on it already. Gambling all. Soups. Damn. We know the centre is going to be online, so we'll just do the front and back. 66 race, definitely front orientated this mouse. Can tell straight off the bat. Sensors at the front. Camera's not focused. Trolling me. There we go, compared. I mean, it's quite a difference in size. If you want a bigger version, I can't believe it. I don't understand why it's so heavy, the Cobra. I guess there's like a 1000mm battery in it, isn't it? Milliamp battery, must be right. You'll look at the build quality and see what wobble we've got on the Cobra Pro. Haste too wide when? I can't go haste too wide. I've tried to get old one, but I haven't looked since, but I'll take another look, mate. Alright, let's check out the wobble. So let's compare the build quality as well to the Viper Mini, because we know that's cheap as chips, right? I mean, this is £130 that this one cost me, which is pretty insane. That was 40 maybe. I can't remember. So, wobble quality test, let's have a look. Get a bit closer for this wobble. Actually, alright, pretty sturdy on that puppy. I mean, I'm putting some pretty significant pressure on that. Even inwards, decent. Try the Viper. I mean, that's not bad either, really. A little bit more, maybe. Getting stiff. I'm getting excited over this, isn't it? Looks tight. It is tight. Dragon F1. Dragonfly F1. Okay, I'm not seeing that on VGN one. I mean, to be fair though, the Viper Mini's not exactly got that much wobble in it. Here's the Cobra wired again. These look pretty stiff, man. Alright, fairly good. What should we try? Creak test? There's the Mini. I mean, there's a little bit of flex if I like proper go for it. Like, that's quite a lot of pretty good. No rattles. The Pro. A little bit of a. You hear that? Oh, you probably can't. You might hear us speak at the same time. It does click. Can you hear it slightly clicking there? Can you hear that? Oh, you can hear it, yeah. mean, I'm having to put excessive pressure on it now, but you can get it to click that one. You can get the other one to do that. From that, pretty good. No rattles. HyperX owned by HP, sure is. How's the battery life at 8K? I expect it's not going to be that long. Open up the mouse yourself, got it down to 72. It's a little bit better, mate, but you know, not bad, I guess. Easy mod. Try the wired one. We'll get down lower than that, trust me. We'll see. And this one clicks as well, is that my fingers? Oh no, this one's okay. These are, yeah, they're built okay. It's only the wireless one we can get a little bit of a click out of it. There's my fingers on the main switches, I thought. No rattles, we're good. What about scroll wheel? Here's the Viper mini scroll wheel. Seems decent. Bit of a noisier encoder on the Cobra Pro, but given the OEM vibe, that Cobra Pro scroll wheel, this does not like a standard scroll from Razer. It's not the normal quality scroll from Razer. In fact, I prefer the. It's got a quieter encoder. You hear that? Got a look quieter encoder compared to. You hear it? It's the Pro. My mic's cut off, but there's not much in it. But I'd say the wide one feels better quality, if I'm honest. I don't know why. Buttons, side buttons. They don't feel nice on that cheaper one. Is it possible if I had a wired version to put the top shell of the wireless version? I mean, I don't know why not. You don't want rubber grips, maybe? Be able to tell when we take them apart. Is the cable improved on the new Cobra? Good question. The Viper definitely feels stiff, that. This looks, yeah, a little bit more flexible. Still not the best, but it's a little bit bigger, slightly thicker, and a slight bit more flex. Still not power cord in my opinion. Close. Better than the Viper. You still have good scroll wheels, Razer. These are shit. This one's nice. The Viper one, much nicer scroll wheel, I think, than the Cobra. So here's the side buttons sound like. They're pretty sturdy, not much wobble. You hear that? There's a Viper scroll. These are weird. That front one doesn't feel very nice on those. Here's the Pro ones. I don't know why they feel weird. They're good for pre-travel, but they feel like proper switches. I'm not sure this has got proper. This has got some cheaper side switches in it. I can tell already. Oh dear. And this one, this is the wide version. Sounds a bit more, louder. Not for the quiet one, but. Go back to the Pro. Here's the Pro. Something weird. The biggest concern with the Viper Cobra are the rubberized side grips. I mean, it's the same as the Viper, right? They did that on the Viper V2. That's what it's got. Has it got that on the Viper V2? I don't remember. I think it does. They thin them out a bit, but yeah. I'd probably prefer not to have it, but at the end of the world. Even got a label on the Pro. Let me save that weight today. What else do you want to check? Performance-wise, did you say? Or build quality-wise? Anything? You got the Viper Ultimate, not the V2. They just tried to make this Cobra as heavy as they possibly could, I think. They were trying to troll the market. Coating? I mean, the wired one feels very similar to the Viper Mini. A smoother rear plate as well. Can't master Diablo Levy. We've got a 4K mouse for Diablo, mate. Let's compare the shapes. I mean, you could literally think they're the same mouse, right? They're so close. Underneath slightly different, but beyond that, you're not going to be able to tell, really. Unless you're a keen mouse enthusiast like we are. You're not going to notice. Focus. Oh my god, trying to hold 3 mice is awkward. I'm trying to get your camera to focus. Come on. Oh, come on, camera. Behave. Behave, Canon. There we go. Briefly. You still nothing there. Dead center. Hey, hold on. Fuck off. Fuck off, Canon. I have to get 70 FPS. Get Canon to get the best focus. Anyway, they look very similar on the back. That's what the mains sound like. I mean, I'm getting confused. I have to look then to see which one's which. That's how close these are. So sound test. So Viper Mini. Here we go. Pro. Wireless or wide on, sorry. Wide Cobra. A little bit more clicky the wide Cobra, don't they? A deeper flick. It's close. So there we go. I guess it's time to take one apart. So let's take apart the Cobra Pro. And then took apart the wired one. Death Adder V3, they're absolutely horrible, the Razer switches. I hate them. They're way mushier. The new Omrons are quite nice, Opto MX, and the Mon Steel series you use are quite nice. They're a little clicky. But the Razer ones are just mush. What's that, Ricky? Good evening. Dying to know whether the wired top shell would fit the Cobra Pro. Everyone wants to know this. We'll try it. We'll leave it in bits. We'll leave them in bits. We'll take them apart, leave them in bits, and then we'll try the bits together. We'll try the components. Let's see what they're like, eh? So, let's take out the Pro. first. Just weigh it. Just crane it over. Ooh, so heavy. Damn, son. We're back in the 80s. Whereas Razer mouse for 15 years. Fair enough. What have you used before that? Going for ergo this time, eh? It's good ergo shape. Is your puck. Go gram. Damn, 2 grams, heavier than I thought. Well, there's 2 grams saving straight away. That's a lot. A lot just for a puck. I thought they'd thin that out a little bit. It's like they didn't care about weight in this, or maybe they just don't care. But all the other Pro Series they do, so it kind of... It's a weird... It's a weird combo, isn't it? Yeah, that was easy. Exactly, yeah. I was going to say let's take the label off, but we don't have one. Let's take the feet on. Now 75 grams. For the feet because there won't be any spares around. These are unique, especially this one. Got a front notch out the skate, so at the moment someone's got to make some new skates for this. Where's the wired one? Didn't have it. Oh, new caliper. Razer skates are pretty good though. 0.6mm are quite thin. Are they rounded? I don't think they're rounded now. You reckon? They look. They don't look rounded to me. It's a Viper Mini. They look a bit more rounded. Interesting. Got the old Zowies today, nice. I wouldn't say they're rounded. It's difficult to tell, but that's what I'm going with. I'm going to say they're not rounded. They're not rounded by much if they are. I need to take apart the wireless Zowie. I've got it, the W series. I haven't had a chance. Like, been off the line a bit. But we're back. Back. I need to take that apart and take a look. After taking this to pieces, we'll take apart the wired one, we'll change the shells people are asking for, and see what we can do mod wise on it. Oops. Bit too much fluid there, Bob. It's Zipper light fluid, mate, that's what it is. Ah, stabbed myself my finger. I did do a video on how to take skates off if you're interested, using like hair dryers, screwdrivers, fluid, and showing you which is the best one. Interesting, the front one's bigger. Strange. Hairdryer method's tricky. Yep. I mean, I did try and destroy it with a hairdryer. I used 3 death adders identical to do the test. So I think I actually ended up melting it. It took quite a lot to melt it, but it will depend what mouse you've got, so, and how good the plastic is. Does anyone think you'll ever find the ultimate in game? I don't know. We're always looking for that next advantage or shape that might just fit us slightly better. Like, what mouse is everyone using at the minute? Actually, what mousepad you use? That's always a good one. Always interesting to see what mousepad you're using. Oops, lost a bit of sticky there. See which mouse is the most popular. I might have to remeasure the rear one just to make sure it was 0.6, not 0.8. Risky. Try it. Is it actually thinner? No. Alright. Right, good. I was gonna say. So it isn't 0.6. They are normal size, then 0.8 is normal. The caliber wanted to mess around, troll us a little bit. I like lizard skin. Lizard skin is one of the best grip tape in my opinion. So what screws do we have? Well, we've got the usual Razer. It's like, I don't know what number it is, I'll find it in a sec. Like star, whatever they call it. Oh, there's my toolkit. So much disappointment. What in this mouse? Torque, probably is a torque, something like that. I think it's this one. So this one is slightly loose, but it's close enough. This is the T6H, and I did try the T7H, but it was too big. Screws are torque, is it? Grab. Yes, I think you're right. Interesting, these are quite narrow in the front. Normally they're out here on the edges, so brought them in a little bit. And then 2 on the rear.
I've got balls of steel.
Waiting for that to arrive so we can get a bit closer when we're doing soldering and stuff. Just to follow FPS Oil. Ollie, is it? Not oil. FPS Ollie. How you doing, man? Hey Bob, how far are you going with the weight today? We're going maximum draw. We'll go all out on the weight on the Pro anyway. Probably on the wide one, to be fair. You go balls deep. I mean, it's an example of people doing with mice, right? So no screws in it whatsoever. Razer do this, right? It will not come apart. I don't understand why. Why'd you put so many? You need like 2 maybe. You don't even need screws in this thing. The clips are that good on Razer mice. You don't even need a screw. Maybe it's like a legal reason, I don't know. Yeah, the interior clips, man. I'm going to have to literally prise this apart like a dead man's grip this thing's got already. I don't know, I get why wide mice are still a thing, Soups, but price maybe. And this is pricey, this one. This is like 130 quid, this mouse. Whereas the wired one's like cheaper. So I'm just checking with the sensor. Has the wired mouse got the cheaper sensor in it? Did they change the sensor to the wireless one? Could pull the spec up, but I'm being lazy. Get to you and balls deep on the Razer. Yes. Gonna go balls deep, so. Din din din. Interesting LED position already. I mean, how can that be so heavy? How can it be so heavy? There isn't that much in there. How can it be so heavy? That's central battery position then. How can it be so heavy? What the fuck's it? Got a lead base. I don't get how that's heavy. I mean, it's got a bit of a spicy PCB, but why is it so heavy? What's that, Ricky? So the 85k sensor in the wired and the 30k sensor in the wireless, is that then the Pro? So they did put the Viper mini sensor in the wired then, yeah? People did say that. Hello Evermore, how you doing, matey? To hold it together, you reckon? Right, maybe if it flew off your desk, a bit rage or something, you lobbed it, it's screwed together. Evermore's always here, man. He loves it. Don't you, Evermore? He loves it. Anyway, I thought it'd be a little bit lighter, given that what's in it, but no. We even trimmed out the rear cone. We've thinned it out a little bit. All right. Got one ribbon cable in. And looks like the smaller JST connector for the battery, which it is. So let's chop the battery then, because we've not got the smaller connector. Here we go. Let the butchery commence. Must have about 55,000 screws and some lead underneath it. Maybe the LEDs in the base. Let's weigh the bits each side, so where the weight is, whether it's the bait. They feel very similar weight, both equally split between the top and the bottom. Ooh, damn, 40 grams on the top. Close. Right, let's take a picky first. Keep forgetting my pickies. Bear with me. I have a different view of me from that. You put my cup of tea in your way, I've noticed. It's a design failure of my new setup. We will change it though. How do they make such a small mouse? Well, I don't know. They must have lead in the base. Because I don't know. I can't work out how you can make it that heavy. Filled with RGB. Yeah, they've brimmed it with RGB. The worst thing though, I've literally run out of my cup of tea, man. This is how bad it is. Look at that. I've run out of tea. God damn. We're now tealess. Should have bought a bigger mug. Do I need bigger mugs? I reckon it definitely looks like a 750 or something in there. It's got a bit of girth to it. To the battery first. Yeah, the PCB on the V2 Pro is like half the size, isn't it? I don't know why they didn't put the V... That's another thing. I don't know why they didn't put the V2 Pro PCB in there. TTC blue encoder. I think I've ever seen one of them. That might be a first. Probably I'm not too fond of it. Alright, let's get the battery out. I mean, it's got a bit of a beast of a battery holder, hasn't it? Look at it. But it also mounts these side buttons. I want to see if these are full-size switches. Oh, I can tell they're not. I knew these fucking goddamn weren't full-size switches. How can you have a 77-gram mouse and not have full-size side switches in it? How is that possible? I knew they felt pants. Oh dear, oh dear. How can... This better be one big ass battery. I'm about to start my car with this, I tell you. No, it's not that big. It's probably 500 milliamp. No, just that foil there just annoy me. I think it's a 555. Let's have a look. I think I can see without taking this foil off. What my fingers. Can you see that? 554. Is it? Oh no, it's a 420 milliamp. Is that all it is? 420 milliamp. So it's tiny. Yeah, 3.75 cheers. That's actually pretty small. That's not a heavy a battery. Where's the weight? How can the battery actually? It's not even got a big battery. It must be lead. Must have lead inside the casing. Oh my god! How can it be so heavy? Where's the weight? Do we care about the weight? How's the build quality? Feels like a Viper Mini. Side buttons are good. I'd say the Viper Ultimate one was built better. It's built like a cheaper Viper Mini. We're going to find that when we open. I mean, you can tell that already when you open the inside. You can tell straight away because if you're talking about the Viper originally, the Viper 1 didn't have these plastic rivets, and yet they're still using that plastic rivet design. And they're even using small, you can just see in there, small side switches, which, yeah, shouldn't be doing that. But, I mean, Logitech's G Pro Superlight has it, but at least that's lighter by about 20 grams now. I'm fine on mouse use them, but not a full size. Razer's always used the full size switches, so that's a little disappointing. £8 I mean, it's not 8 grams isn't that heavy for that battery. You definitely put a lighter one in it. I mean, 420 milliamp says we can definitely drop the battery now. So. Do I see screws using the main button mounting? No. It's on the actual battery mount. They didn't put it on the button mount. That's what I mean. Yeah, I've not seen Razer use the small side switches. Even the Viper Mini's got them. I could tell by the way these felt they weren't good. So. The front one on this one doesn't feel very good at all. Maybe the plastic's thicker or something. I guess we'll find when we cut it up. And nothing to me is making sense about this weight. And even the build quality doesn't feel that good for the amount of weight they've got. So we're using this weird brand that I can never remember the name of. It begins with the D, I'm sure, for the side switches. Oops. And they've got one at the top as well for the DPIs and where they are. The problem you've got here is that's actually how the side buttons are mounted for the battery, so they've tried to combine it together. It's going to be difficult. We've got to trim some weight out of that, but you're not going to get much out of it. Do you have a different designer do this mouse or something? They're not the normal people designing it. Like a new Razer tech or something, I don't know what they call them. More tricky to get out than I thought it was going to be. She's delicate. Be careful. Taking this puppy out if you're falling. Well, they don't sound as 2 DPI buttons. Nope, neither do we. And then on the wide version, it's 1 DPI. Don't get it. We normally have it for like DPI up and down, but who adjusts the DPI up and down these days? No one. Right. Maybe on Battlefield 4 in the turret of when you're on the turret of the tank, maybe back in the day. Totally agree, mate. I don't get why they didn't make the Viper Mini Pro. This is the Viper Mini Pro, but they decided not to call it that for some reason, because they would have made a lot more money if they had. And done it properly right. I don't understand why they've not done this right. Crazy. Interesting to see how the wide one's built. Maybe the wide one's going to be built like the old Viper Mini. That's what I'm thinking. Finally. A bit trickier than I hoped. Teardown. Oops. At least when you camera position. At least using a proper PCB on the back. Not a ribbon cable like Logitech. Or actually Banamos use a PCB on the back, but then a really thin ribbon. But they should just put full size switches in this. So it makes no sense.
I've got
Unless the
balls
body
of
couldn't take it or something
steel.
like that, like the actual physical shape of it wouldn't fit. I mean, it's like you got many bits at the minute. It's actually not much to it so far. Just for follow Punies, is it? Punies? Punies? Ready day, mate. Apologies. Apparently the excuse of the Razer Pro was that he wanted all features back. That was taken away from the Viper V2 Pro. What features did it take away? But they made it smaller. I'm trying to think what they actually took away. Yeah, exactly. The mice are totally different, everyone. Different, like, it's a different mouse. Different size, different dimensions. It was the same size as the V2 Pro and they made like a all features version, maybe, in the weight and stuff. I get it. Like, people maybe wanted a heavier V2 Pro, right? No worries. That's not a fucking V2 Pro, it's a Viper Mini. But people wanted an Ultimate. That was exactly, it's like they got confused. They wanted a small version of the V2 Pro. That's all people wanted, right? And that's what I thought they did when they made the V2 Pro standard, because it was the right dimensions just to scale down. But then they're now saying they made a Cobra because everyone wanted the VT Pro with all the features, but it's smaller. And then they didn't make a Razer Viper Ultimate. Okay. Nuts. Weird decision. 2 grams for that. Okay. So inside the shell, I mean, look at it. It's very similar to the Viper Mini. That one piece, the buttons can't be moved, but they are solid. Got these little pin. They're stopping the sidewall. Yeah, we made the Ultimate and the Pro version. Yep, exactly, mate. Good morning. I think I prefer the smoother back on this to the Viper Mini, which has this lump. Cable, man, getting on my nerves. Has more of a lump. It gives it more of a. This camera does not like this side view. It gives it more of a bit of a flatter surface. That bugs you. I don't know if it bugs some people. That maybe it would. Razer, indeed. I like design, but the price I feel like you should be getting a Viper Mini SE. Yeah, like they released the Viper SE in that little plastic version. It's all over the place, Razer, at the minute. What they're doing. Oh, the drum will definitely be coming out, mate. Don't you worry. Yep, agreed, clamshell. Even the DPI has been riveted. I don't know, Razer won't just get away from this plastic rivet shit. Got the new craze. Ooh. lot of good news. You'll be able to paint these easily to scrape out the logo to make your own little design like Nacho Customs does and Leonardo da Mel. Still kept that. Still don't know what the weight is. Not even that heavy a back plate. I mean, that's it. I don't think you can take anything else apart. Even the side buttons are riveted again. You have to pin that out later, but we can't do that because that'd be destructive because they are riveted in. But we'll take them out on one of the weight reductions later. I don't see the point in the diffusers, but Razer took out quite a bit of meat out of this, to be fair. Look at that back, they took out a lot of space, even above the buttons here. Maybe the rubber's creating the weight on this. Not even that heavy, I think it's like 7 grams normally, the rubber, even on the larger Vipers, so we're not talking mega. 24 grams. Alright. PCB it is. Spill over the PCB. Maybe the diffuser. A bit like the that diffuser, was it the XM1 RGB? Hey, Andrew McGuinness, how you doing, man? Beginnings? How you doing? What's the weight on the base? We don't know yet. This is what it weighs at the minute with everything on it. Stock. Yeah, PCB is huge, exactly. It's like a new PCB, man. That's what we were saying. It's not even like the same size as the Viper. Even the same as the Viper V2. The diffuser's just coming straight out. I might leave a gap for that same thing when you take the diffuser out, just leave a gap around the base. Maybe they had a couple of beers when they designed this one. Well, this is what the market wants. Maybe we're wrong, maybe this is selling like hotcakes. Could be wrong. Good news, they did drill out some of the weight out the back of this for us. Yep, reduction in streamer tiers and the wide one. It's probably about 7 grams the RGB, I would say, diffuser. I mean, you can get them. There are mice that aren't that heavy with RGB, but maybe they'll bring out a light version of this now. Maybe they'll do this and then the next month we'll get a reduced version. But could tell us that so people didn't go out and buy a Cobra Pro. Chop it up, maybe. This reminds me of Model O minus. Or Model O, in fact, not minus. The Model O. The way they've done the lighting on that. Not actually that many parts though. Quite a simple mouse. Simple construction probably to save build costs. You can see we've got a extender for the focus for the block for the scroll wheel. Got 4 screws. 1, 2, 3, oh, not that many. Got packing foam on this, you reckon? It's like they didn't want the mouse to have any air inside it. That's what they did. The wired one's actually not that heavy. That's because it's basically a Viper Mini. Just rebranded. Have they actually stopped making the Viper Mini now, out of curiosity? Given that's got the same sensor. I'm going to have to see if it's got the same LOD issues. They said they fixed it in the firmware, but I never found it. Looking for the versions. It's discontinued. Yeah. It's now called a Cobra, isn't it? Hey, Osmi. What do you think about the Cobra? I don't really understand why they've made it not a Viper Ultimate. They made it so heavy. Blimey, there's a few magnets in there, but I don't know, it's a bit of a weird choice. But if you want a Viper Mini cheaper, just than the what's that? A split bit of the PCB, that edge on the very front left corner, then maybe. Yeah, they should have. They could have made like people just want what they want, don't they? Razer just didn't listen, or listened to the wrong part. Wait, I could be wrong. Maybe this is going to be popular. We don't know. We haven't got the figures for the sales, but I'm not hearing good things about it. And the scroll wheel, it reminds me of an OEM scroll wheel. It might even be the same out there, XM1 or something, I don't know. Playing BattleBit. I played a little bit of BattleBit, didn't I? Kind of played it the week and then I got a bit bored of it. I played on Friday actually. Tools out because we're all heading on it. Just can't tell if I like it. Might try and rank on Valorant, play a bit more, see what we can do. We'll do a series on it. We can actually get some of this season. It's quite thin this. This is a very thin rubber. Could put you in danger, could split. I'll change it. You got BattleBit. Sure. Picked up yesterday. Fair enough. It's decent. The movement a little bit weird, but I quite like it. It's not like Battlefield 4 to me. I think I'm still wanting that back these days, but it's close enough. This is a weird metal bar across the front. This is the antenna, but the one between them is a bit strange. A lot of RGB lighting. Look fail, they always put like a little project name on it. I'm looking at the shell actually. Or Daisy maybe? On the base, sometime it might be on the base. We've got the quick release switches. So you can put any Razer Opto mech in it. You think you take the back portion of the PCB off? We could maybe chop off a bit of it, maybe. Depends. It's too risky because this gold could be. I'd have to test it maybe. Something to do with this wireless charging, maybe. It would be risky without seeing like a design or something. For an extra gram, maybe top. Got a question: should I buy a Razer Death Adder V3 wired or Death Adder V2 Hyperspeed V2? I hate the V3. Got an ad. That white portion looks almost separate from the main PCB. This bit's just a stick of this. We'll be able to pull it off. We'll be able to peel that sticker off. I don't know why you'd stick it. Maybe to reflect the RGB a bit better. That's always amazing time, isn't it? We can put this in. It's so fucking big, the PCB. No one buying this to mod. So yeah. Just get a V2. V2 Viper if you want to mod and use a PCB. Probably cheaper now. Looks cobbled together. I love it. The MacGyver of PCBs. TCB. I'm not seeing this. I'm not seen this encoder before. Blue 11mm TTC. A little bit notchy, but sealed, which is unusual for TTC. So we've got the block. About 11mm is difficult to measure. It'll take a bit. We're around 9mm for the button. If you want to change it, we have to get the old man's eye out there. How's that? Sort my room out. You might think it's sorted, but it's not. Hey Bob, you come and you don't order the VGen. Well, how come you don't order the VGen Dragonfly Pro? I've not really seen it, to be fair. Give me a look. There's that many mice. And to be fair, I've not been busy with other stuff recently, so. Your man eye. Drill holes in the PCB. I mean, it's gonna be pretty hard, mate. There's not exactly much where there isn't something. That antenna worries me. It's absolutely delicate stuff. Let's see the MCU. Get your pen down. The MCU is an NS2840. Looking forward to my digital microscope. Cool. More for modding than doing this stuff there. I just scan that QR code, it never brings me anything though. Chopping the PCB in half, good luck. Oh. Let's get a V2, mate. Got a V2 PCB in it. Didn't wait. Disappointing. Sensors it got. Getting old. It's running a PAW. I think it's the 3395 OOM-T5QU. Worn out, but pretty sure that's what it is. What do you reckon the PCB weighs? Have a guess. I'm going to go 14 grams. Got to be. Sure bets. It's close. Cigar. This, nah, there's no, this is easy, mate. This ain't got no parts. Couple of screws. This is an easy one to take apart. Oh, here we go. That's what this looks like. Got 3 magnets, which we'll take out. We don't know why I was charging. All this is going to come out. We take out. We can't take out there, but trimmed on the sides as usual. Let's notice it's got another PCB there for the USB-C. Just when we thought we'd have enough PCBs in this. Enough PCB, they couldn't even fit the USB-C on it. Blimey. Ooh, these are delicate. Got those front clips. We'll do. It does on the super light. Yeah, super light. The base is normally where the weight is. Most more. Just like a bit on the rear where the panel goes over, which we can get away with Razer pretty good, but tricky. When you come out. Come out to Uncle Bob. We'll butcher Bob. Could be some options for playing with it. Definitely Matthias. We tried so hard not to make a Viper Mini wireless. I know, right? We tried so hard, and then got basically no. I don't know. There's got to be some strategy that we don't understand here. It can't have been that silly. People are literally kicking the door down for a reasonable price Viper Mini. 130 quid, people accept it. 180 quid, people accept it. 280 is a bit pricey for the signature. This is awkward. Is it riveted in? Goddamn Razer and the rivets, man. Oh my days. It is riveted. They love to rivet. Must be someone just sat there in the shop with plastic rivet and everything. Right, I'm going 7 grams on this diffuser. What do you reckon? A lot of magnets in this. This might be one of the reasons why it's so heavy. About some damn good RGB of this thing. Grieven, what's up, man? I reckon you might have rated it already. They're ready, Mark. More than 8, I think. I'm going to have 7. 3 grams? Nah, we're going 7. It can out even less we thought. Zindin's is even better. It's in. Zindin. Holy shit. Maybe you don't know Red Max. I thought you rated it, mate. That's lighter than I thought. That's actually not even that hot. Where is the weight? First time seeing me live, DK? Hey, man. Live all Fridays, mate. All Fridays. I'll game on Fridays and test mice out. Mondays are mod. Wednesdays is usually my day for messing around with mice that have come out or checking them out, taking them apart. Can't believe Ready Marks. I'm disappointed. I thought we'd both be on the money there, mate, but we weren't. Well, it's forced people who want the performance to go for the SE, maybe. Get the magnets. 1 magnet, 2, 3. Are they magnets? 4, 5 maybe? Or little connectors. What games you usually play? At the moment I'm playing Ghost of Tabor, Played some Valorant last week. A Battle Bit or Tarkov generally. But I don't play Tarkov because the white doesn't come and I don't get enough time, so I'm only level 24. Should have been light at the signature one. It was 50s, wasn't it? The signature. Should have been light for magnesium. Didn't get a full bit of tape around it. Oh man, come on. Could have been 40, maybe 45. Agreed. Should have been. Needs to compete with the Starlight. I'm interested. The Starlight Ultra X is only 189 quid or dollars, and it's carbon fiber, so that's gonna be interesting to see. You know what? This is Final Mouse's time to shine, right? Razer's absolutely freaking throwing it away. Logitech just isn't interested, so maybe the Ultra Final Mouse is going to be whipping people's pants down. I mean, $180, it seems pretty cheap for 8K. Carbon fiber, if it is carbon fiber. 29 grams. The only thing I'm not skeptical about is the 29 grams. But you never know. Sure, we won't be able to get them because they'll be so flying out of stock so fast. That's what I'd wait for if I was people, like. Where's my tweezers? You have to be very delicate, I can't find them. Piss me off when he's in 2 bits. I mean, let's be honest, that's never going back on it. I think that's it. You can't take anything outside of that, it's all riveted in or glued. We could prize the magnets out, but we're not going to. Yep, the magnets for the magnetic dock. 13 grams. It's not that bad, 13 grams. See, look, what makes me laugh is they're still trying to take some of the weight out. Like, even though it weighs that much, like, there's some remnants of someone in the design team going, we can't make this heavy, it must take some weight out. But then they didn't bother down the entire side for some reason. What is strange is normally they put a project number on it. There's no project number on this one. All we've got is a number 2. The only bit where the project one is on the back of the PCB where it says date. Maybe that's the project name, but normally it's on the base. Oh no, I've thrown myself out with that. Take that away, pull it off now. Bring it down. I'll just cut them out with the old plastic, so it won't be a problem. I don't know how that fits 77 grams. We sometimes have to go through the video and add it all up. And I'll make the teardown live. Someone's have to do it because I don't get it. Maybe we'll do it as part of the video because I can't tell where the weight is. Straight up. And there it is, the Pro Cobra taken apart. Where's the weight? Where's 77 grams in this? I mean, this is still quite heavy, 23 grams, but it's not that much weight. Quite a small battery. It's 400 milliamp. There's not much in there. We can definitely get it down to 55, I reckon, Mateus. Agreed. Reminds me of a G Pro X, so much plastic. G Pro's got better build quality than this, straight off the bat. Straight off the bat. Move my desk so it's not closed. some pickies, and then we'll take apart the wired one. Let's see what that does. He's looking at my nutsack there, apologies. Soup's noticed, apologies. Didn't realise that. You like my nutsack. You can see I'm not excited for this one, can't you? Hey. Just showing my excitement for this Razer. Oh mate, rock hard for it. Rock hard. Right, let's bit separate somehow. Do the wireless one, do the wired version next. And then we'll do what bits we can share, we can intermingle. Let's pack it away. One careful owner. This stuff's never going back in it. Like that white, just to give you an example. Fairly good care of the feet though, because they'll be awkward. Can't get any replacements. There you go. One Cobra Pro. Now I've got the wide version. Actually, I'm going to make a cup of tea because I am gagging for a brew first. So give me 5 minutes tops. I'll be back. I need a brew. Are you doing light flame? Give me 2 seconds. I'll be back. Just making a cup of tea. I need parched. Shall we return? Enjoy watching my chair. Hey, let me know what I should do for when I'm not here. I need something to You could see. You miss me? Check, get entertained. Yeah, how's this tea? Rate my brew. See, look at that. Since I've streamed, I've strengthened it up. Brought you by Zippo light fluid. Did you see it? 6. Come on, mate. That's more. That's more than a 6. It's at least an 8. I can't much stronger than that. It'll just be too toxic for me. The Cobra, well, this was a drunken accident. Could have been. This has got proper size switches in it. This is basically, I put money on. I bet my left nut this is a Viper Mini.
I've
Should we
got
take it
balls of
with a Viper Mini?
steel.
It's even got the same label. Who told me the screws underneath the label? Like the Viper Mini. You take them apart together? What do you think? But the wide version makes so much more sense. Yep. Got the same sensor, they reckon, as the Mini. It's got a different lens cover. We're going to try over the wireless version, mate. See whether this plastic shell fits over it. We just need to take it apart and see, and then we'll try them together. That's why the Pro version is still in workable condition. Alright, let's just check this out. Let's give it away. So we'll take it apart. Let's test out this Cobra wired. Let's take it apart, see what it's about. See if Razer have made it basically a Viper Mini, which you've already done a teardown of. So check it out if you want it. Let's see what it weighs. I'm sure it weighs less than it did before. This cable is going to play around with the weight. So try out Viper. He's gambling away. Oh, we lost 50 dims in. This has to be a Viper Mini. It's got no RGB, the Cobra either, has it? The wide version. I can't see this not being it. It's about maybe an updated Viper Mini, let's call it. See about the same screw points. Oh my days. Can't be. I can't believe they've called it a Cobra, but it's a Viper Mini rebrand. Nope. The wide one doesn't have RGB either. No, you've lost that. Basically, if you want a lighter version, you could get the wide version, but then you lose the better sensor. You know what? Let's take it apart next to the Viper Mini. We're gonna have to. I've got to see it. I'm not gonna weigh the Viper Mini stuff, but I mean, the actual Viper Mini has RGB there. Doesn't have it now. Okay, they've changed their. So the screws, they've gone for the old screws. It's not pissed off, is it? They've got normal screws in this one. Whereas the other Vipers come up with this, we said torque before. Hmm. We'll play around after with some of the components. We'll do a bit of a mix and match. We'll see what will fit and what doesn't fit. Probably just split open the Viper Mini. We can see if it's the same, but I won't take it fully apart. Stick the Cobra Pro PCB in. Trim out the USB slot, see if it works. On this one, you mean? Yeah, you could do. Give it a whirl. We'll find out. We're gonna might as well keep them apart. Take the feet off. Well, the feet fit. Hey, good metal. How you doing, man? We've just done the Pro and took it apart. I'm just comparing it against the Viper Mini at the same time, the wired version. Here's the Pro. Keeping it in bits at the minute so we can play around with a bit. If you use 2 of the front skates on the bottom of the mouse, you can cut more off. Oh, you mean like change that one out? Yeah, you could do that. You put dots on it, it'd be easier if you wanted to do that. You make the edges a bit sharp if you cut them. I tried that once. I tried to make my own feet, but it gets a little bit sharp. Got plenty of skates, mate. Give it a spin. I'm just checking because I bet you can. Yeah, these are identical skates. You'll be able to switch and use your Viper skates basically on your Cobra if you wanted. So I don't need to make any new skates. You got to buy some upgrades or something. You don't get the sensor, I guess, but don't really need that. Won't worry about on a sensor skate cover. Unless you're extremely heavy on the mouse pressure down, or you've got a really soft foam, then you perhaps will need them. But that's it. Use a general medium pad or something, especially a hard pad, you won't need it. Yeah, you must get through lighter fluid. I do indeed. I think Zippo should sponsor me and send me some. To be fair, it actually lasts quite a decent amount of time too. Like I say, we'll just take apart the Mini just next to it. But to this point, I'll have a look. Ooh, different screw. And it has got a. It is a normal. It's a smaller cross one. I thought it was a torque, but it's not. It is a same screw, just slightly smaller on the Viper Mini. They even didn't even put a torque screw on the Mini either. All the other Razers have it though. Anyway, this is there. We'll take a look inside this and we can just compare and see how identical they are. That's what I'm doing really. So, this Razor off. They're telling us it isn't a Viper Mini. It'll be interesting to see if this one is. I reckon it's built identically. Lost 82. Damn son. On Fridays, we do giveaways on Fridays. If you're interested, while you're watching at the minute, you earn points. Those points on Friday contains a gift voucher or my start giveaway, or whatever I'm giving away. You're watching on Friday nights. These are new on the Cobra. These plastic rivet. Do you reckon they've riveted the base? What mouse would you recommend for a left-handed build or conversion? Coming from a G Pro, difficult. Are you looking at maybe you get a Viper maybe? with the side buttons on the other side, because you need the side button. If you like, I presume you like side buttons. You're gonna need to have. You've got a Viper Mini, a Viper, or a G Pro. That's probably your only options. It's like the Zowie ZA series that have them, but not many people have created left-handed buttons for mice. What's your favourite mouse switch at the minute? I still prefer the KL4 or Omron Japan version. I do quite like the new Omron Optomech though, but I've not had enough time to see that properly. If I was picking Opto Mechanical one, I need some more time with the Haranu transparent ones. Sides are a must. You haven't made choices. You got like the Viper or the G Pro. They're the ones I would pick, mate. To be fair, you haven't even released the version 3 Death Adder with left side buttons, or left version, I think. This is riveted, I think. I can't believe they'd screw it and rivet it. So I must be missing something. But it's tight. Feels like they've riveted it. Razer, good aim for me. Are you riveted? You might be. Wonder why they don't update the sensor on the Cobra? Because they just rebranded the Viper Mini, mate. That's why they won't let us get into it. This is why Razer's stopping us getting into it. Because this is the Mini. We're getting into it though, by the way. Even if we have to break it, I'm getting into it. Oh yeah, Ducky Feather. Yeah, it's got 2 side buttons, good point. Bit of a Razer, not Logi, Zowie clone, but right, that's how easy it should be to get into the Cobra, right? You know what I said about Project Daisy T3? See, those are project numbers on the base. But, right, so that's the Mini. They've definitely riveted this. They're making it so you can't see the truth. That's what they're doing here. Interesting. Yeah, rivet it. You can see him pinging the rivets off, and you can see in there. You see these little points? These are little rivet, I think. Focus. That is weird. I mean, we're either breaking the base or getting in it. One of them. Yeah, Viper Ultimate's good, yeah. The thing I didn't like about the Razer Viper Ultimate was the skate. A bit more leverage. Goodbye, sweet mouse. I fully expect to break this one, because this is tight. Oh, maybe not, okay. Well, I'll take it back. There's like a... It's an RG, it is RGB. Okay, that's got, we thought it didn't have RGB, but it does have RGB. Here's the RGB strip. It's just a bit more smoked. I didn't notice it. Mate, look at this PCB. I've changed the side button setup slightly. But that is a Viper Mini. It's so similar. You got the shitty rear LEDs. throw out the RGB. That's tragic, and that's a shame. Yeah, it's got the same broken sensor apparently. I've not checked, but we will. I mean, they've slightly changed the sensor. Maybe we'll have to see if it's got a weird LOD issue. They've enclosed it more on there. This is their Cobra, this side. They've enclosed it, lower profile button. Side buttons have changed, position. I mean, they've got a very similar PCB. It's not identical, but it's... yeah, it's a Viper Mini, isn't it? Didn't suffer from LOD issues, fair enough. We'll have to have a look. I mean, they have had a lot of time to fix it, and maybe this fixing it without this tape like they had, maybe that's fixed it. They should have fixed it by now. I mean, to me, it's a Viper Mini, right? It's a very slightly updated Viper Mini. Just put back the piece back the Viper now. I think we've proven what we saw. I mean, taping the Viper Mini wasn't an ideal slick fix, right? That's what we do for when we're trying to repair it, not a production company. So let me take a picture side by side. Okay. Good news though. We'll have to drum out the rear panel of any weight reduction. And if they have fixed the sensor, that'd be pretty decent in terms of the LOD issue, because that was the only issue with the Viper Mini. I thought build quality was a bit pants, but the actual sensor was the problem. The LOD, I just couldn't use it. So if they fix that LOD, I could make the Cobra wired a decent buy. Unfortunately, it's wired. That's the only thing. Yeah, that's the Zowie side button design, right? So this is a problem. So the way they slide over is what Zowie did and makes them a bit ropey. But in this one, they got full size switches with a shitty design, and on the Pro, they've used small switches. And it's still fucking heavy, so you should have put full size switches. Have you tested it on a glass pad? Saw a review saying the sensor skips on glass pad. Nope, not yet, mate. I'm not even tried this mouse, to be fair. It's literally fresh out of the box. So. We'll test it Friday. Right, there's my Viper Mini. Get that back together. What is it? Have you bought cheap dental floss? This guy's going to dental floss. Women won't survive without men. Trade dental floss. Right, let's get back into this fun. So let's start with this one. So, I'm sure you've seen it anyway, but here you go. So, oh god, bit of a white nipple. Interesting. That's a rubber nip. We've got rubber nipple. Using white Mylar pad instead of black for change. Overarching design same. We've got plastic rivets, both DPI again. The side button design is different to the Viper, but again, riveted sides. And this design I don't like because it rubs over the top of the switch. So you have the switch plunger like so, and normally a button will push down on it, and this one like slides over it, which is what the Zowie EC2 uses, I think, and it was a very bad design. But what they have done, which stops it being as bad, is they've got a little block here, which stops it mushing. But yeah, I wouldn't have done that design, but hey ho. It was never a good design, that's why Zowie changed it. Fundamentally the only difference between that and the Viper, but this is definitely a Viper Mini with some issues fixed. Like, well, they say the issues fixed. Let's say potential issues fixed with the sensor, and if they have, then that's an improvement. Yeah, a little nip. They'll probably fix that because I'm sure the Viper Mini had an issue with that. Can't remember now. Pretty sturdy though. This bridging on the back makes it decent for flex. Like the actual quality of it is reasonable. For $40 this one, 40 UK pounds. This is probably the better one, but as long as that sensor's fixed. Or is it wired? I don't know why they're cheap out there, like the LEDs and stuff like the design. Like how much smaller this PCB is though. So we've got 3 screws, 1, 2, 3. Then we get mod in after this. Take some weight out. We'll try the PCB in each and the shells and stuff so you can flick them around if people are interested in that. See, this one's also got the Viper scroll wheel, I just noticed. But this scroll wheel is nicer. Got the Viper scroll wheel. Whereas the other one's got some... The Pro has this one. Oops. Aerodynamic instead for the wind when you're scrolling really fast. Change that as well, it's got different from the Viper Mini. Definitely tweak the sensor to make it better. You got the same cable on, this is 100% Viper Mini. See, got a name on the bottom, CAV2, which is a code name. What they basically didn't want to do was they didn't want to say the Viper Mini had issues and that the sensor sucked. And we've changed it all to make it a lot better and work now. And we've created a Cobra. Basically. That's what I think they've done. Rather than saying, look, we fucked up. You think the Pro PCB swap into the wireless shell? We'll find out, mate. A few people want to know, so stick around, you'll find out. Here's your ring if you want to swap it. Guarantee it's the same as a Viper Mini. Everybody wants to know. They did this for the Pro, I forgot. Hey, not bad, Cypher. How'd your chiropractor go, mate? cable way. Decent flex is normally around 20. So yeah, like we thought, it's flexible, but it's not that flexible. So it's not a bad power cord. It's not power cord light ready yet. Probably some safety reasons. But it's better than the original stiff one. So the cable's better on this than the Viper Mini. Slightly less stiff. Just crack on my desk. How's the Cobra modding going? Any idea on the weight you can take off? Not yet, mate. We've took apart the Pro, as we said. Here's the Pro. And we're just doing the wired version, and then we'll get modding it. So you're in luck. Back in your shoulders a bit. So like I said, this is basically it's an updated Viper Mini. Got side switches are changed. I haven't got the block anymore on the sat flat, which I wouldn't say was ideal. Still got the same LEDs though, ironically. It's the same. QR code. No, it's not got that's for. Can you like scan the sensor and find it? Because I can never find it. Scan it. It doesn't like appear to a website, isn't it? Anyone tried? The old man vision out. So let's see they changed the MCU. I know, remember the MCU on the Mini? Oh, you look. Can't tell. Hit the way they make it so you can't. It'd be hard for me to say. It's got paint over it or something, or the coating. All I can see is the last two digits, which are 35. It might be 1135 or something. Can't tell. But the sensors are PAW 3349DB TZOU. I'll have to compare that to the right, if I actually try against the let's check against the Mini. Okay. Have a look. Why not? Shouldn't have put it back together, should I? Should have waited, but no. Rather than looking up and checking, let's just spend a second and have a look. No. I don't remember what I got the actual Viper Mini down to in weight. Let's drill it to death, but I probably won't be drilling the shells today on these. But not like the look stock basically. We did murder a Viper Mini. Can't remember what weight we got it to. Just take the winds me up. Right, let's see what the Mini is. The sensors are PAW 3359DB, and the Cobra is a PAW 3349DB, so there's a 5 difference. 33.5 was it? 33.5, and this is a 33.4 sensor in this Cobra. The MCU is same MCU, a 11U35 on the Mini. And this is the same. I said it was 11 something 35, and it must be 11U35. So it's got the same MCU and a slightly updated sensor on it. Something like 33. What the difference between a 33.4 and a 33.5 is, I don't know. But that's the difference. There we go. The mystery is solved. Don't say we're not thorough on this channel. I told you. So it could be that. Could explain why the sensor's better. Like I say, it's updated. Maybe they fixed it. So it tells me there's no fix for the sensor that's in it at the minute for the original Viper. The Mini back together again. I mean, it's durable, this Mini, right? It can come apart. It's been apart quite a few times, this Mini. Still good. Even my label's just about hanging on. Right, let's measure up the PCB. I don't think anyone's ever going to use this PCB, but never know. We did take the LEDs off the back of the original Viper we did Mini when we did a weight reduction on it, so you can take these off. Well, you could on the other one. I don't see why you couldn't on this one. And work all the way around. Yeah. Got the same hot swappable switches, so you can just ping them off as usual. I did have a 11mm encoder, did it? Oh no, the Pro's got an 11mm encoder. This one's rocking a KL9 encoder, so the other one's got a TTC blue encoder on the Pro. This one's got a 9mm KL black. Interesting to use two different encoders. Why use two different encoders? Interesting. What do they know we don't? And a slightly lower scroll button, because the other one's on a block as well. Oops, sorry. Interesting. It's 5 grams lighter, this PCB, isn't it? Can't remember. We were on there. We're using these switches again that I can never remember the name of, begins with a D. Or Razer don't put a switch in that's decent in the side buttons. Well, this one's actually got full side switches, whereas the Pro has the small ones, which makes no sense in that mouse. But, Now onto the base that we're a little bit excited for, I can tell. No weight reduction on the base, just looks pretty standard. Different sensor than the light from the Viper Mini, but nothing very special about it. It's got this actually. It's got this inserted smoke diffuser. Okay, it is riveted actually. I must have pinged it off before, not realizing. So it is riveted, whereas this side wasn't. So I'll have to leave it on because I'm not supposed to rip it off, but we'll see when we take it apart. We do a weight reduction, how much that really weighs. 13 grams, about standard for most PCBs. It's not coming out either of the blocks, so that's it. As far as you can take it down, I should snap off the RGB diffuser. There's your basically the wide version of the Cobra. Here we are. Nice. See that? You better place my brew now, switch my desk around. So, the Cobra Pro, the Cobra Wide taken apart, nice. So Viper Mini, updated. You want an updated Viper Mini Wide? Cobra it is. So let's see if the Pro PCB, was it, fits into the wide base. There's the Pro PCB. Did we weigh the top of the thing? Can't remember. Let me just weigh the top of it. I think we weighed that. I think I forgot. 22 grams for the upper level of the wired version. To be fair, people asking. I don't think it's going to fit, by the way. I mean, we have to knock out there. It might would fit, I think. Got different rear mount points. Front mounting points are the same though here. So the front mounts are okay. Yeah. The sensor looks like it lines up. The rear piece are probably not RGB and some other stuff. There's also a gold bar going around it. I don't know what that does. It's probably some kind of conductor for this wireless charging. We'd have to swap the encoder to an 8mm. It might go in it, you know. There is potential that that would actually fit. You glue these in. Right. And take away the bit of tape, but
Excellent!
Hey, cheers for the Prime Stevie Wonders. How you doing, mate? You right? Oh, the screw points are slightly off. 6 months, Stevie. Yeah, boy. Cheers, man. Appreciate it, buddy. Potato! We're just trying the Pro PCB and the wired base. Basically, the wired Cobra is pretty much identical to the Viper Mini. We already done comparisons, mate, but we had the Viper Mini out. Comparing it, and it's basically the wired version's an updated Viper Mini. It's got very, very similar if you have a look at the teardown when it comes out.
I've got balls of steel.
So the PCB is slightly off this screw point. You see it, there's one at the front, so that screw point's not ideal. But the sensor lines up. You probably could fit it, I reckon. Cheers for follow, Squishy Mill. Ready, man? In a bit. Was he Pro? I don't really know why we change it round to be fair. I don't see the point in it, but it's the Pro. I'm careful on it. People wanted the rubber siding off, so the one problem you've got is the Pro shell. This is the wide shell. You've got a different setup on the side buttons, so you have these bars because of the giving it the on the wide one they're giving it the EC2 buttons, which are horrible, but on the actual Pro you've got different sides, so there's no bar, so you can have an issue fitting in the side buttons on the Cobra wide shell. That's going to be your issue. So if you don't mind not having side buttons, you probably get away with it. Interesting to use white Malar, black Malar, depending which mouse it is, so wired wireless. 8K wireless, probably should be, mate. It's probably the same sensor as the thingy one, isn't it? There's the PCB if you remember the Mini. I mean, that's the giveaway straight away. It's got a slightly different sensor position. This uses a 33.4 something, and the wireless Mini, the wired Mini, uses a 33.5. It's got an updated sensor, but using the same MCU as the other Mini, original Mini. So you probably could get it to fit. You'd have to sacrifice side buttons. That's what we're looking at there, basically.
I've got balls of steel.
They've updated the... Basically, they've updated the sensor. And then called it a... Updated the sensor and called it a Razer Cobra when it's a Viper Mini. But yeah, the PCB, you could fit it into that, I think. But you're going to sacrifice your side buttons. Or you might fit the Pro shell on top of this, which I don't see why you do it. The reason for doing that is to get the smoother sides. Either way, the top shell is not going to swap easily because of those side buttons. You could take off the plastic rivets maybe and mess around like that, but it's starting to get messy. So I'm back on the Death Adder V3. Oh dear. Solid as a rocket, I don't know, mate. I'm not a fan. Yep, then I didn't include crypto as well, Ricky, and then so they put the rubber sides on. Bit annoying. I'd understand if the rubber sides was an upgrade in terms of what people want, but not everybody wants rubber sides, so there you go. Right, let's do a weight reduction on the Pro, I think. Put this, swap them out. Yeah, you missed the 2 teardowns, mate. I've done comparison, teardowns. They'll all be on YouTube, mate. Good quality control. Seems it. They've got decent, no wobble or anything, no squeaks, no rattles. So far, so good. I had no reason to complain about the quality. There's so much fun. The screws. We'll call this the Cobra box. High tech. I do an ultralight someday. Gonna interview the Razer guy back during the release of the Boom Sank. Oh yeah, I like that thing. Got one of them bad boys. Asking for light mice back then, still didn't deliver it. They released the Boom Wang instead. That was lighter, but they said it wasn't the same. But it had a different sensor. No mice feet or something, just to make it fucking useless to them. I mean, what have people said to Razer about this? I haven't looked at the forums, but I'd be happy. People generally want a heavier Viper. I'm not saying lightweight's like everybody wants, but that's definitely what people are after at the minute. Seems to be anyway. I don't care for these feet because these have got custom front skate as well, just to be more annoying. The skates on the Cobra Wide actually directly fit over the Viper Mini, so they're exactly the same skin. Do you ever want to change them? So what weight do you think we're going to get out of it? It was 77 grams, the Cobra Pro. Sure. Go back. course, bit of problem shit. Not straight. It's going to annoy me. Never mind. Right, pros laid out. There we go. 60 grams. Yep, probably 63. I'm hoping for below 60. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm not going to drill the shell, so it looks stop. You might get a bit lower than 60, maybe if you drill the shell, but we'll see. Did a great job on the Viper V2. That was basically exactly what everyone wanted. True, yeah. Viper V2 was good. When they dropped the Death Adder V3, which I just don't like, they changed a little bit of the dimensions. Feels horrible for some reason. The one I had is absolutely hanging in terms of mouse presses. Maybe it was a defect one, but I had a few and they're both horrible. I think they missed the ball. They dropped a bollock. Does the PCB work on the rooms? Can I say it? The Room Start M3? Good mouses. Not bad budget. Need to do some better reviews on it and stuff, but yeah. So, time to do a weight reduction non-destructive first on the Cobra Pro. We'll see what we can do. Weighs 77 grams stock. So let's see what we can do non-destructive. So you've got to put that together. You won't need to get the drill out. There will be no mice killed or harmed during this one. The only thing I might tweak is the battery. But you're going to have to get a battery. You can buy them with a smaller JST connection. I bet anything a cut to show a point, but you can actually buy them stock without damaging it. So
I was wondering if maybe you'd like to go to the beach.
Can't get the old side cutters out yet. They'll be coming out. All the drill. The old drill out will be coming out later. Don't you worry. We're getting this puppy down in weight. Alright, let's have a look then. Okay, so you can't even ping out with non-destructive, even this diffuser, because it's riveted in. So I don't think you're going to get too much. I'm going to go non-destructive with a battery mod. 68 grams. Take your pick. Place your bets. Because we can't get the magnets out. We can't get the USB device out. We can't cut any of the back. This is going to have to stay. There's not even a label on this one. Oh, I guess there's one there actually. Anyone who did miss that label. The serial is. Take that out actually. Did they change the encoder from the Signature Viper? Yeah, this has got a TTC blue one, which I've not seen. 11mm. Whereas the Cobra wired's got a it's got a KL9 black. Get the sticker off, is it? Etched in. Etched, I think. Yeah. The only piece of the label can get its actual serial number. Huh. This is tough. Stick this bad boy in. There's 0.1 of a gram easily. Get out of this. Holy moly. Can't remember what was on the Signature one. We did take it apart, but a couple of weeks. Got that kind of memory anymore. See too many mice. Right, there we go. So anything we'll take out, we'll put in the top left corner. So the puck out. Well, the puck actually is definitely going to be 60. 67 grams. There we go. RGB for the scroll wheel. RGB for the rear. They're not going back in it. Power button's not going back in. Side buttons will do in and out so people can see. The QR label's not going back in. Definitely a heavy one. Diffuser's never going back in. The crappy diffuser lighting part's not going back in. Goodbye. And that pretty much leaves what we've got left. So scroll wheel. Oops. Which is cheap as hell, by the way. The scroll wheel is much nicer on the Viper wide, the Viper Mini wide. I mean, sorry, the Cobra wide. Got a monstrous PCB. Why is it so big? I can't work out. With all the RGB on the bottom. It's a beast. Can't take anything out of here because it's all riveted. So we will do, but can't take out non-destructive, obviously. Stick within the rules first. So if people want to take it apart and not destroy their mouse, then this is what you can do. Now, not having the diffuser in is going to leave a gap. The diffuser not being will leave a gap on the side. So we did do a mod on, I think it was a RGB XM1 where we trimmed out. You can do that. You can trim out the inside part of the diffuser, which we might do. So it kind of makes it look more stock. How about the rear? Put in the switches. 2 screws in the PCB. You'll see more, mate. Keep your eye out for the video. It'll drop probably tomorrow for the teardown. In the next few days, you'll see all these drops, so you'll be able to catch up. I'll take them apart and stuff. Yeah, mate, this PCB is not optimized at all. It's the V2 Pro's better than this. So maybe it's because of the back part. Maybe they kept it for the charging, for the dock. I like the docks, right? Docks are cool, right? They look cool on your desk, but I wouldn't say it was essential. Unfortunately, we have to fit the whole PCB section in there. I did say my front button was a bit dodgy. Yeah. Also using small side switches, which is annoying because it's 77 grams. You should just put full side switches in the side. The front one was definitely tight or something. In the original, in the wrong position, but when it was put in, I'd say, was it you, Stevie, asking for a defect? Front side button can be funny. It was ropey at the start. Almost too close. Inferno. So yeah, the front side button's still too close. Don't know why it's so tight. But hang on. Not really going to bother us at the minute. We will tweak it anyway, so I don't care. But if you're doing yours, you want to be careful. Yes. Like, I've taken it apart, but it's so close. Yeah. Not even 60 grams, yeah, definitely not 60 grams. We'll do it with the battery and then we'll do a battery mod on it. People get an idea. So if you don't want to change the battery, this is what I was saying about the gap because of the diffuser. Now you do get a little bit of flex on them as well, but I don't think you'll feel it, to be fair, when you're using it. What the clips are like on this with that diffuser. There's a trick to it. We did do it on the XM1 RGB. We can get the diffuser looking in there. We just got to trim it out, but you have to take the extra weight. We will do that on the destructive one. But if you want to keep it intact, you're not going to be able to get away with it. You're going to have this gap. You're also going to need to screw the back of this box, but it hasn't got the clips or something, which Razer normally has. Might be part of the diffuser. Let's see if the cable's blocking it. I think it is. Camera. Yeah, people say they made it heavy intentionally. Each to their own, I guess. Maybe people want a 77 gram mouse, I don't know. I'll turn it down. Could be a market. Some people don't like super light mice. Bit of both maybe. Maybe they'll release a lighter version of it. But they should at least tell people that, so people don't go out and buy the Cobra now when it's heavy. I mean, why also release a Viper SE and not a Cobra? Or not a Viper Ultimate? Why just call it Viper Ultimate? Because of the weight, maybe the Cobra's going to be heavier. Is the Cobra heavier than a Viper? You need one screw in the back on this. We're trying a bit of fan on mouse theme. I'll put it back on, but we will show it. I don't think people are expecting a heavy mouse to come out like a Viper, so that's one of the problems perhaps with them. So, with the rear panel on, 69 grams with the stock battery, so not bad. Took out, what's that, 8 grams? You didn't want the rear panel. 65 grams. So we're going to be down to 65s with the battery mod. I reckon we'll do a battery mod in a sec. Not bad, okay. Better than I thought it was going to be. Some more meat on the bone. We're definitely getting this below 50, by the way. Sorry, into 50s. Tell you that now. Without even making it look bad. It's going to look stuck. Wide one. I think it's 53 grams or something like that. I weighed it before, but it can be funny because of the scale, so I think we also rated it at 58. It depends on the ends. We could put in this 1000 milliamp battery we took out of something. What was it? Naga, I think. You get a battery. It's a bummer they said the Viper Mini V3 won't be in the works. Oh man, I can't believe they've not released a Viper Mini yet. Wireless, like I don't get it. This is the Viper Mini. Let's pop that $280 magnesium one. Yeah, just get a battery on so let's go. Get 1 milliamp. Yeah. So we're going to try a 150 milliamp. I probably put 200 in it, but I can't find one at the minute. But we'll try 150 anyway. This might be a little bit too low, given it's a 420 stock. But can get the right connector. You're going to need, I think it's a 1 millimeter JST. Never remember. Just tweak it anyway. Actually, we don't need to solder it. We can just show you. I'll solder it in a bit. I'll show you without that. We'll just put this one in it anyway and pretend it's been soldered. You can cut the connection. We'll show you on the destructive one how you cut it. It's easy enough. We'll just do this for the weight. Done hundreds on this channel. Hundreds of batteries. Get the ultralight M8 in this one. We already compared it against the M8 and this is the 3395 version. So now it's got a 150 milliamp battery in it. 150 or 200 you could get there. 200 is like another gram, I think. There you go. 63 grams. That's pretty low already, to be fair. 200 I would have though. 59 now if you don't have the rear on it. So we're getting light already without any mods. That's what you could do stock. That's gonna be pretty. It's getting light already, to be fair. I'm upset the bruise went out again. So I need a bigger bruise. So that's it. There's your stock look, non-destructive. We put the feet with it. I think I put it back. Thought it was a bit light. Here's the feet. Sorry. That's why. So with the 150 milliamp battery, 65 with the rear panel off, 61, 60. Not bad. That's with the skates because they're pretty useful. Nice. So there's the non-destructible. Now we'll do the destructible. So we're going to be looking at 55 grams, I reckon, without the rear panel. Maybe 50, maybe even 40 now without the rear panel. You could take the side buttons out as well and save a bit more weight if you wanted. I just looked at the teardown for those measurements, but I think it's about 3 grams you'll save. People are only going to buy the wired Cobra here if you can't afford the Pro, I would say. People would probably accept the weight just for the wireless ability and the higher polling. Not that I think higher polling's that much of a must, but it'd certainly be not going to hurt you to have a higher polling. You know what I mean? Well, it might hurt you if you've got a shitty PC that can't handle this extra CPU load. That's one thing to bear in mind. If you haven't got a good CPU, it's going to absolutely melt it. You can get some like 25% extra. Hey, Mr. Techni, how you doing, my friend? How's things? That needs a touch of Bob, indeed, mate. I'm going to give it the touch. We've already took about, you can get it down to 60 grams, mate, without affecting it. It's still intact. Nothing's been cut. We haven't brutally mutilated it yet. We're just saying here's the wired version. That's still a version, mate. We haven't broke that yet. Took it apart there. But it is actually, mate, the same as the Viper Mini. So these two are the same. This is an updated Viper Mini, which I'm sure you know. They changed the sensor slightly from a 33.5 to 33.4. But yeah, they're very similar. Might be right, mate. Anyway. Still out on your bike. Living the dream. So now we're gonna butcher it. So now to do destructive mod for this Razer Viper Mini. Oh, sorry, Razer Cobra Pro. But we're not going to touch the shell in terms of like, we're not going to drill the sides. You'll probably save about 2 grams to drill the shell, and the rubber will probably save you around 5 to 8 grams, probably 5 grams on this if you take it off, but it can be a pain. I've done a few videos now, take the rubber off. So we're probably looking at 50 grams maybe. What was it, 65 with the rear shell, 60, or 64 with the rear shell, 60 without the shell. Like that rear panel basically. And swapping out the battery for a 150 from a 420, but the 420 wasn't, still pretty light with the 420 anyway. It should be fairly easy to do. So now time to violate this Pro. This thing's going out straight away, this diffuser, because I don't see the point. We actually cut the rear out of it actually. I think we'll just cut off. This part of it. We'll keep the rear screw. We only need to keep one of the rear mount screws. So we're going to cut our around here and just chop that part straight off, I think. And then keep the rear panel. And the rear panel can still go on it if you want it, but you save this weight. So here's the stock point. You want to know the weight of all the bits to check the teardowns, you'll be able to see. Part you've all been waiting for. The butcher bar. Exactly. Well, you know what the thing is. Safety first. We're going to go blind. There's too many mice. Too many mice will escape if we do that. I think the rubber grips are going to be 4 grams each. No, a bit smaller than the Ultimate. So I'd say 6 grams total for the rubber grips because they're quite thin. You can already see how thin they are. Like, they're normally quite a little bit thicker here for where you grip, and then they thin them out Razer. But yeah, that'll be any more than that. You probably save another 7 grams, maybe 8 grams if you drill it and with the sides maybe. And how crazy you are. Goodbye. Razer's done a nice job here for us, saving us a bit of messing around. Mutilation, exactly. I always leave a little bit on. I always leave a little bit of side on so that the rear panel can go on and you can still get, it doesn't squash in. Because if you trim it too close, you can't get the rear panel on. Can't find my decent nippers anymore. I've got some really nice nippers that are a bit more delicate, but hard to find them. I'm just going in full butcher mode today. Place your bets. What weight you're expecting? Give me some hints. Come on, what are you expecting? And what mice you're running at the minute, and is it modded? Along with your pad. Come on. Spill the beans. Let's see if people use anything but Logi and Razer. Yeah, cool. I said 55, my mate. Good man, okay. Is the coating smooth rubber or still rough? No, it's still textured, mate. The rear's smoother on the Pro than the wired. Progress. Modded your G Pro X down to 52 grams. Nice. Good job, sir. Wasn't the neatest cutting that, I've got to be honest. That beast is out there. Pretty light still, that's probably 2 grams. Maybe 3, go for 3 grams. That's right, too. We'll keep on the left the stuff we've trimmed. Razer gives us a nice opportunity to trim out their mice from. So this one's going to look stock, let's say. You can take it a bit more if you wanted. If you were to go all out, full on beans. Melted the bottom in the first attempt, so I had to get a new base. Ooh, damn, son. How'd you melt it? Signature's 39, right? Nope. Like 55, the signature, isn't it? 52 or something. It's nowhere near 39, my friend. It was a disappointment that it was nowhere near a final mouse, and that's 44. That's a small one.
By the way, I feel bad. I never asked you how your love life is going.
What it looks like. I'm interested.
As you know, that was a done deal.
Need some light now. It's not the best at the minute. My stream setup's changed a little bit. As you know, I've been moving around my room. We'll do this one, then we'll do the wide one as well. It's a good idea of what weight we're going to get. Trying to keep the rigidity there, so we'll probably leave those two bars. You could, if you wanted to, trim out these extra bits on the top, but we'll keep them in for a little bit of extra rigidity because we've trimmed out quite a bit there. Now I was going to trim out these posts, which we've done before. Not the easiest thing to do now. Definitely the side buttons, don't want to affect them too much. No worries, man. Got a lot of mice yet. Fair enough. Not easy remembering all the weight. Do not worry. But it was significantly heavier, the signature, than I thought it would be, given its magnesium and its size. It should have been a bit smaller. Really, but 55 grams isn't a bad weight. Given what the technology, the products they're using and stuff, you'd think it was going to be a little bit lighter. Interesting to see what the Ultralight X is going to be from Final Mouse. 29 grams. Like, that's light for its size, so. Be interesting to see if that's get it that light. I'm sure we'll be able to get it lighter then, because they won't go as far. Could be wrong. We'll find out. Friday night we were testing out this mouse as well. See what it spins like. I don't mean sensor spins, I mean actually goes around the pad. Friday night's always a giveaway as well. Or you watch him at the minute you get a point. You can use that on mice in a giveaway, or there's always a voucher or something. There's always something on a Friday given away. So interested? We're playing some Valorant, Ghost of Tarkov, Ghost of Tabor, which is a VR Tarkov. We're playing that earlier first. My mate wants to play that, and then maybe 6 days in for Jula, is it? For Gia or Valorant? One of them. Keep trimming out these side panels, side bars. I need to trim them a little bit, you can see it. I basically trim off the bottom sections. Or I guess the top sections, whichever you want to call it. Bottom wallets like this, but it's top wallets actually on the mouse. Got a load of mice to look at as well going forward still. Got the Zari one to check out. Not done that one yet. The wireless, few others. How you doing, TT Pin? How you doing, Liam? off now, to be fair. You have to probably add a little bit of glue on the sides. The screws generally hold it, but sometimes you might have to just glue down this little edge. It's up to you. That's the idea. Which means now we can trim this one off. Put all my glasses in, let me straight in the face. Yeah. Go into the weights and check the teardown. Show you all these weights so you can see what you're trimming off. Not sure if you see it's worth it or not. Definitely a gamble to see whether you actually, is it worth me trimming these off or not. Like, we'll leave them the DPI buttons for now, but we might take them out later. You can probably take them out. You probably save a gram if you took the DPIs out. And I'll probably leave them in. But so this is going to look stock. That's probably the most you're going to get out of there. Let me take out this one. I don't want to damage too much around here or take out too much of it because you want to keep the integrity of the buttons. This is where the buttons are, and they've already took quite a lot out. I'll probably leave it. That's probably all that we can take out. Let's have a look at what the weight is. So we took about 3 or 4 grams out of it, something like that. Maybe a bit less, maybe 3. There's a bit more we could take out. Probably a little focus, a little bit here. Not going to be much weight though. Be very careful on this bit. If you mess up this, you can mess up the time mouse feel. That won't be pretty. Time to butcher the Cobra. Get a lot of popcorn, yeah, what? Like popcorn. Imagine those GIFs. Michael Jackson was always fun. Or the dude with, I can't remember his name. Yeah, like blonde hair. Also, we did break a final mouse. Final mouse, a G Pro Superlight, didn't we? Damaged the PCB. Alright, there's that part. Now we'll do the base. This is where most of the beauty is going to be. So, stock. We'll have to do the USB connector in because it's riveted and we need it anyway. It'd be pretty useful. How much was that? 13 grams. Yeah, but this is riveted on the top, you can see it easily. We're going to take out the wireless charging, or the pad charging, we don't need it. Well, that flew on me out somewhere, don't know where that's gone. This one won't be as easy to get. I'll just come back with the drill and stuff just to tidy up some of the edges, which we'll do on the top shell as well. And we rough cut it with these and tidy up a little bit later. You could always sand if you wanted the DPI out. Like over the years, mice just got less quality, especially Razer. Definitely using plastic rivets just winds me up. You get the idea, they're trying to keep the weight down by plastic stuff, but when your mouse is this heavy, is it really that much necessary? Still don't get where the weight is in this mouse. After taking it apart, we've worked out all the component weights, so I don't see where it is still. This plastic's not that thick for its base, so where is it? It's like they filled it with lead somewhere. I'm not talking like Zowie quality bases here, do you know what I mean? Like, how thin it is. It's thin, man. Let's take the left side. Like a too big a crack, I gotta be honest. When you crack that, I'm a bit like, because you can crack the base, so be careful. Are you gonna cut the back puck thing? Yep. Already on it. Just like on the super line. So we all tidy this up. Go and hammer it at the minute. We'll get all these bits out and then we'll come back and it all up. Ooh. Careful, don't get too aggressive. Fractures, be careful. I want my better cutters. I've got some cutters that are a bit better of thinness. Because when the plastic, it's quite brittle, this plastic. So, careful. You be careful. Chest, so that's what we're looking at the minute. I'll trim this out, don't worry about that. We'll trim out these sides. Magnet there. That's like the base of the magnet. So like that, if we're not cutting any more holes in it, it's going to weigh, what was it, 13 before? So 4 grams out of it, 3 grams out of it, something like that. What we're going to do now is trim out this diffuser a little bit so we can go back in, but not bring as much weight, and then we can try it with and without. So it fills that gap which we saw. So you did bulk, got a nice little bit out of the base, mate, and it's not even been cut properly yet, so you can keep it like that if you didn't want to overly do it. nice 3D printed base, which we are going to make one for this. Oh, this thing's fragile plastico. This goes absolutely everywhere. When you're in your room, you'll just be like, oh my days, where'd that go? You'll be keeping it up for weeks. This thing's tough, man. Look at that. I'm surprised it was less than 4. It was normally about 8. I've seen with the RGB XM1, and that was like 50, not 50. That was like 7 grams, I think. So 4's not too bad, in all honesty. This isn't really to do the RGB. This is just to make it look right when the base is on it, because it leaves a gap without the diffuser, which can be a little bit shit. I'm not a fan without the diffuser. So trim it down, get some weight out of it. So this is the initial butchery part, and then we'll tidy it up. I'll go hammer it a little bit first. And it'll still have RGB, ironically. I bet you can hardly tell. They don't generally come out like a beacon of light when the diffusers go and stuff. They're nicely subtle, the diffusers, but I think I'd bother if I was Razer. Now it'll still sit in, you still get the full gap. It's not as heavy. We can trim it down a bit more, but I reckon it's 3 grams now. I took a gram out of it. There we go. Now we'll get the drill out. Get this puppy tidied up a bit. There we go. The final touches, I would say. Not much left. Doesn't take much more now. I don't intend to remove the rubber side grips. I've done it on loads of Razers before. Takes quite a bit, and you'll save probably around, let's say, you're going to save 5 grams on it. You could also drill the sides, maybe save another, maybe save 6-7 grams if you do both rubber and drill. I'm not going to, but you can do it. I've done it on loads of other ones. So. Fairly easy to do. Well, it takes time. It's easy to do, but it takes time. It's not riveted on the Pro, it's riveted on the other one. The wide. I hate this stuff, it's like resin. Yeah, you can take it out of the Pro. But you'll have a gap underneath it, that's the problem you'll have. Like ASMR for mice, isn't it? This is not a nice resin to work with. I hate this stuff. I'm sure Razer could have been a bit neater with like the diffuser and stuff, you know what I mean? And just saved a bit of weight. I'm not saying you have to make it miraculous, but it would have been nicer just to not go overkill with a massive diffuser on the back. Or give people an option to have a diffuser or not. Like, do you want RGB diffuser or not? Like, what kind of options they need to offer people? I know it costs them more to manufacture that, but it'd be nice for them to like give you, if you buy one without or with or without RGB or something, that's what people want. No, they don't do it. Instead of me having to sit here and get minging with a load of resin, that'd be nice. Reminds me of the final mouse. Base, I think it was horrible as well. It should be nicely 2 grams this. You can also, it's up to you, and it can either add this or not. I prefer it. Some people might just say, no, I just want the weight out of it, I don't care. It doesn't generally cause it to flex. There you go, 2 grams. Was 4, now it's 2. What I'm missing at the moment is my mouse fixer, which is the Hoover I've got, but I can't find it. Keeps gambling. Oh, these little bits, man. I'm not gonna say it. Let's get some resin off my hands, because damn son. Is it possible to get a G Pro X to 50 grams? Easy, mate. Easy peasy. Done it PR times. Yep. Can get them down to 46, something like that. You can definitely get to 50 is pretty normal. That's probably a stock look, non-drilled sides, but you can get it lower than that if you want to go like extreme on it. So yeah, 50 is definitely achievable. Mate. Depends what colour it is as well, white or black, depends, you get a bit more out of them. 46 is crazy. I've got latencies down to 46 with a custom scroll wheel, which is actually heavier by quite about 2 grams, so it's probably like 44 grams, it is, to be fair. And that was stock without drill, that's undrilled as well. As in like, it looks normal, apart from the scroll wheel, bro. Which is a total pain in the ass, by the way, but the scroll wouldn't do it. They seem to have added a bit of weight to the later versions of the G Pro X, I don't know why. But they're a little bit heavier than they used to be, so making it a little bit harder to get the weight out of them. Like some of the original G Pro X's, I think were like 59 grams. So the black version anyway. The whites are always heavier and the pink are always heavier. They're like 60, 61, 61, 62. But now the black's like the same, so I don't know what they've done, maybe change the coat. This is so thin, which is surprising given its weight. You have to be careful that you don't go too far through the base here. This one in front, now I'm going to cut it out. This magnet, I'm just leaving it there because I couldn't be bothered at the minute, but I'll come back for it. It's all good. It's definitely coming out. There's no use for it now, all the magnetic or rechargeable if the dock's gone. I've left some before where you can cut around them. You can do that if you want. So you can still charge it on a dock but have some weight taken out of it. It's a little bit tricky. I don't need to do it on this one. It is possible. You definitely got to be careful with this base. This base is thin, man. Look how heavy it is. Just use like the heaviest plastic ever. Be careful on this place. Be doing some mods. Don't have much left of this base when we've done that. Looking forward to get my 3D printing back off again. That's coming. So you're out for that as well. We're doing some streams now. Get the setup ready for that. So we'll be able to stream, 3D print, scan, do the renders. I remember how to use it properly. If you're interested in that, that's coming up. Pretty cool. 52 is still good. Did you say you use 3D printed base? Yeah. Two decent weight. Bob, you're going to try the new routing L45 switch. Haven't seen it. Send me a link. Got a link. I need to do some more keyboard builds. I've got so many to build. Like sat around. I did all my room. I realised how many I actually bought and just not done. But yeah, plan to. We're rocking my custom routing at the minute. Like it. Been resisting the routing for so long. It's good, man. I wouldn't say it's the best typing experience. It's not bad, but the actuation's quite nice for doing like Valorant and stuff. But if you customize it, I think it needs a bit of custom work. Like it looks a bit boring, but you can actually customize it pretty good. Some good bases and stuff pretty control. Like I've done a video on it if you're interested. Let's see what I'm showing you my one. See my routing. I'm rocking also. Got to verify it's me. I'm gonna say. Thank you, finally, UTB lane. There we go. That's my cursor. Give me a second. God damn. You want too many? I did want too many. I wasn't a fan of it. It's okay. Here goes a routing I built. Got a Huntsman TA. Huntsman TA, yeah, the Huntsman's okay, I'd say, but yeah, probably slightly better than that. It's like the Razer mech keyboards, but I like custom ones now, they're expensive. So that thoughts on why the PCB looks much larger than the depth of it? I don't know. Cheap, couldn't be bothered. It's huge, isn't it? Don't know why they made it bigger. RGB maybe. Don't know. Wireless charging probably in the RGB. Probably why. There's no way stuff around here. So the extra bits mainly a bit of power and stuff. But that's all I can think of. How much was the total weight before the non-destructive mod? 77 grams. Weight stock.
Dad, Lucy found something too. Dad, I found a joint in Mom's dresser drawer.
So it doesn't fall out. I built onto the bottom of it. The cap, the Cobra wide one though is stuck into the PCB. I'll have to see. Didn't they tape it on the Ultimate AM8K? I can't remember. Just try and hold it in with 2 bits. I'm along, we're nearly there. This thing's going to be light now. Or it should have been. Alrighty, looking pretty tasty. I think I should call the video title for these. What are we thinking? Anything witty? I want to get below 60 grams, so anywhere below that I'll be pretty happy. I think we'll get way below that. Probably get to 55 maybe if we're lucky. You could get it less if you took the rubber off and stuff. Say 7 grams from that. Plus a bit of drilling. I want to take it that far. I might come back and reassess it another day, but we'll try the wide on a bit as well. We'll do that. That's pretty cool. Too bad. A little bit more, I think. Can't get too much though because that post I've kept. So I've kept this post and that post. That's what the PCB's going to set. Make a video after with taking off the rubber and drilling the holes. Don't know, maybe. If people want to see it, I will. If people want to see that, let me know and then I'll do it. But I've done loads of Vipers without it. It's fairly easy. It's not difficult. So I know the weight. I might do that. I know a lot of people don't like the rubber on it, so maybe I can show them how to take it off. That's what people want. I do it more because you don't want the rubber rather than the weight. That makes sense. A lot of people have asked, so maybe I will, but it won't be tonight. I might do it after that. So. Maybe I'll do a video like how to remove the rubber off your Viper or something. Cobra Pro. If it took Final Mouse this long to finally work, I think it must be annoying. What, putting the rubber on it, you mean? The rubber. I've got this middle. No, not easy. It's a magnet. A little bit of an odd position for magnet. No midway magnets, but it messes the scales up. So you can't actually get the true weight. They're normally about 1 gram. This mouse stock absolutely sucks. Oh, that's what I'm here, mate. Show you how to tweak it. I can always do one for you if you want. Right. Sure, if people want this one, they'll let me know. Prototype. We'll see. Send to Bobby, will fix it. You want some weight out of it, yeah. Or you want to tweak your little switches a little bit because people don't put the right switches in or put shitty young ROMs in them. You can't change these, unfortunately. These are Optomex. You can put different Optomex in. Yeah, I know. 77 quid's expensive one. Yep, 77 grams, sorry. 130 is expensive. The thing is, it's a Viper Mini. This is what that's a bit annoys me. I don't care about that. Is they're not telling us that they've actually made a Viper Mini and they're trying to like flag it somehow. Like the wired version is an updated Viper Mini. Not one else said. We've had them side by side tonight. It's a Viper Mini with an updated sensor, as in like the tweak the model number from a 33.5 to a 33.4. Maybe that fixes the shitty. It's the bitch, to be honest. Fixes this shitty sensor LOD problem. He said boards, he said he's tracked that, so I'll check it as well. But try not to crack the base here. Something there which could heat it up. A bit of a clever option. Yeah. Brute force it out there. I don't know why they didn't put. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't put a decent sensor in it. Maybe they're keeping it budget for people, but they could have put at least a decent sensor. We always said that about the Viper Mini when it came out. Like, why have you put a shitty sensor in it? Like, people are paying extra tenner for a better sensor. No one wants that sensor. I mean, it's got a bad rep anyway. Probably why they called it a Cobra. Marketing so people don't realise it's still on. Someone will go and buy it again and be like, God damn, that's twice, man. Right, I think we're ready to put it together. Yeah, I don't know why they split the USB as well. Just to be annoying. USB-C at the bottom. Trolling us. Let's put it back together. You ready? Solder the battery now. Copy and paste the Viper Mini, yeah. Actually, I realised there's this bit of the... I never weighed the base anyway, we'll do that. There's this bit here as well on the front. Get rid of that. Leave like the top post now. Not too sure that's keeping their buttons up. This is the weight of the base because we didn't weigh it. So what was it, what, 13 grams? Quite a bit on that. It's quite a decent amount of weight out of it. Could trim more around these skates if you wanted. I'm not gonna. So what's the primary difference between the Reg Cobra and the Viper Mini? About the same. They're very similar, mate. I've weighed them both together. They're almost identical in weight. In fact, it's the same mouse. Just a slightly different modification to the PCB. Let's call it that. Don't see the Cobra's been anything else. It's even got the shitty LEDs at the back of the PCB, which we laughed at on the Viper Mini. The Cobra wired is an updated Viper Mini. That's basically what it is. And they can tell me it's not, but it's exactly what it fucking is. I'll send you. I'll put a picture on Reddit showing you. I'll show you them side by side. The Pro is different, and the Pro is built differently to the wired by quite a bit. Even the RGB is different. So diffuser M trimmed. Sometimes you have to glue it. We won't do that today yet. See, it fits nicely in the diffuser. Trim some space out. We can see it pings a little bit, so he's got a. I'm trying to hold that later. Oh, I'm going to take some off the side buttons actually. Let's trim out the Oh, this bit. Let's trim these side buttons out. This is 2 grams normally, this plastic bit. There's also a leak about a V2 Viper Hyperspeed, but it doesn't have Bluetooth. People use Bluetooth these days for like connections, but I guess you don't have to have a dongle if you're out and about, but yeah, for work, I guess. I'm leaving the cable in so I can see where it's set. We go under it. These weren't the best buttons, so I'm not going to take too much off these because it voluntarily came off because they weren't the best when they came out of the box. Never mind, they're being modded. So you save 3 grams if you want to take these out completely. You didn't want them in. Looks a bit flimsy. Can't believe they put small side switches in it as well on the Pro, not the larger ones. It's still that heavy. That's one of the tricks to make them lighter. This is not really the mouse to do it, and you should have left full size switches, but they didn't. There we go. Does not have nice side buttons, by the way. Just FYI. Okay, I need to do the battery next. Do this. So we're going from a 420 to a 150. I'd probably get a slightly, probably get a 200 if I was you lot. So kind of half it. I'll be looking up. And you got a bit of weight saving, but you're not totally destroying its life. 150 can be a little bit low for higher polling mice. Over 1,000, that is. For me, it doesn't matter, but for you guys, you might want a slightly better polling. Or slightly better battery life when you run it at 4K. USB-C though, so it won't take long to charge. Not end of the world between rounds or something. You might have to do the wired Cobra weight reduction tomorrow, I think, given it's like 1:30 at night for me. That'll work. We'll have to do it a bit quicker, but so we'll do the wired one tomorrow night. Similar time, about 9 PM British summer time. Don't want to tie down, but yeah. I'll slow it out. Do some e-brakes in your bike, nice. We're on the soldering, baby. We don't mess around on this channel, too. When people say, do you know mice? We know mice. No, I wouldn't suggest you go as far as I do on mice sometimes. Up to you. Some people love it and go really far and go further. Some crazy mofos out there, but I'm just showing you what's possible. Or where companies could have taken it, really want to go, but everyone's got their own niche or idea of marketing. I'm sure Razer understand their market. I'm not too sure the battery out here. You can push these together, but it never works for me. Not at this smaller joint. I've got a digital microscope coming, so that might help it, but just twist it old-fashioned way and then solder it. Yeah, we'll do the wired Cobra tomorrow night, and then Friday night we'll give them a test. Play some games like Valorant, Ghost of Tabor, a giveaway as well. So you watch me at the minute you earn those points for the giveaway. And on Fridays there's always a giveaway, whether it's a mouse or normally vouchers or a mouse. A few mice to give away, but see what this Friday brings. Use those points for that. Well, on Twitch anyway. You need to be on Twitch to get the giveaways. Yeah, I can't do this white, I don't know why. There's so many of these. This feels dead short, this cable. It got you. Alright, solder. Now you can buy the batteries normally with the right connector. I just haven't got one. You might not need to do this. It's probably a 1mm JST. We're quite limited when you're looking for 1mm JSTs as well. In terms of like the size of the battery and stuff. Down there. Doo-doo-doo. There we go. Battery changed.
I've got balls of steel.
Lav. Hey, just follow Emerden. Ermedin. Sorry, totally murdered your name. Appreciate the following. Like I say, you probably have to glue the diffuser here, but I'm going to show you the weight with it and without it, so I'm not going to glue it. Just a little bit enough. No. I've probably just put the battery like that. Could have cut the wires a bit short, as you can see. But you can move the battery any way you want for balance. To you. Got a bit of different weight distribution on it or whatever. We don't like it with the sensor or whatever. I could put it in the roof again actually. Do that. Put it back in the original spot. I didn't take the RGB out of the scroll wheel. Can't. Well, we did. There was a RGB. There's a cable here, rib cable that runs into there. It's out. That's the RGB for the scroll. It's out. It's just the underneath bit, still got RGB. So the diffuser is optional there, it's 2 grams, we trimmed it. I prefer them in, but you can take it out and show it without it. Okay. You can do that. Back in the original spot. That cable would go back in there. I'm just going to put it in because I'm going to take it apart again. That's where it sits. You didn't know. Now I need to get the diffuser in place. This is the way you need to glue it. Right. Sometimes they're okay, but they can. There's a little bit of pain. Play ball. No, you can use it without a diffuser. I'll show you. You can just leave this gap. You see this gap? That's what happens when you don't have a diffuser. You end up with this gap here. 2 grams. Well, 2 grams you'll save 4 grams total if you take the diffuser out. This one's just 2 grams because that's what we've made it. What's there? I think it's going to be a bit of a pain to get the diffuser without gluing it. Get it? You have to put a bit of glue on the front point basically. But I can take it out. I won't put it back in, but I'm putting it in to show people you can do it if you don't want the thing. I'll show it without. 2 G's without it. 4 grams if you don't mod the diffuser, you'll save. The RGB stays in anyway, you can have RGB whether you have the diffuser or not. You get the idea. A bit tricky to, I guess, stay together. Probably going to need some glue on this one, I reckon. You just leave the back so it's clipped in, maybe. Yeah, could do. Some options around it to do that. You have to decide. Is what you're going for. I'd probably just use a bit of glue to it as well. It's lighter than the plastic res. which is where the issue is. Yeah. Oops. And now you can see there's no gap. Yeah, it's a little bit fiddly. You're still going to get the weird spotting on the RGB like that. Besides, it'll still diffuse properly. You get like a little bit of like a bit of brightness because no white and stuff. But depends what you want, right? So let's try it. Here you go. Below 60 will be good. Made the feet. Don't get too excited. We've got the feet, but it's going below 60. I think just. Oh yeah, boy. Nice. Let's go the full hog now then. So now what we can do now. Let's take off this and the RGB. Let's go! Let's go extra light. You can see the RGB off in the software anyway. This is what it looks like without the diffuser there. Oh yeah, the plastic's where we cut it all out, mate. That's all the extra weight Razer put in there we don't need. You can see the gap. Now it only squishes there, there's no screw. But at the front you'll be okay. Like, you do get a little bit of play. Depends where it sits. You probably want to keep, you're going to do the diffuser out, I'd keep the other rear screw mount, but that's up to you. So, no diffuser, 57 grams. Gotta go really light to the rear panel off. Go like extra crazy. 52, 53 grams. Insane. And there we have it. One crazy Viper. Not bad opening that, was it? Not bad. So we'll do the wired one tomorrow. Because it's too late for me now. It's like 1:30 in the morning. I've got to work. Which is basically a Viper Mini. Mouse you're wanting, exactly. Perhaps not as ugly, but on your desk this will look fine. It's so thin that base. You don't snap it if you do decide to do this. Definitely a risk for it. Now I'm going to put it back, glue it in this RGB. Yeah, could do it getting to 60, couldn't they, mate? Agreed. I do enjoy that. Would have been nice for them to get to 60. If you're not sure how to do it all, it'll be back on YouTube as recorded vids and edited ones. So. Actually, I'll take it apart. You want to compare some of the components, or you want to see different weights for yourself, because you might want to do it differently. You might be able to take out certain bits. Tweak it. All the Teardown. You also can be able to compare the Viper Mini against the new Cobra wired. the right one. Yeah, Razer should give us a 60 gram. I think people would have been happy with that. How much that glue left, so if that holds. Razer grips. Well, I can do a video. If you want me to do a video of you showing how to take the Razer grips off on this Cobra, would you like that? 3D printed base would probably be the best bet for having a diffuser removed. Yeah, maybe be able to raise it a little bit. I'm getting into some 3D printing, so maybe we'll do a better base for it. I think it's a good idea. I'll get back into my 3D printing I've done before. We'll do some videos on it. Do you want to do me to do a stream where we scan it and do a 3D base maybe, or start one and then it might take a few streams to finish it. You're just searching for the video, you were just finishing Matthew, but we're close, mate. We're below 60 grams with a diffuser in it still, looking stock. But the full video will be out on YouTube, hopefully tomorrow it should be. Razer Naga Pro started to rub in the game's name. They definitely wear out a bit. They made them a bit thinner, Razer, that's what they did. They originally thinned out the grips, like at the front here. A bit thicker here, and at the back they're a bit thin where they don't think you're going to hold it. Like we took a load off the Viper Mini. Oh no, the Viper Mini, I got it. The Viper, we took some off G502s, we took rubber off 703s, we've done loads of rubber stuff. It's messy, but it can work. Wait, Bob. I'm patient. Sorry, my board head. Wait for this to settle. Biggest point is how big the PCB is. It's a beast, isn't it? The V2's got a much better PCB. It just feels like they've not. I don't know. Well, it's because it's got the power charging at the back, and it's got all the RGB light. It needs the extra length, like the V2's like that, isn't it? The extra bits or this extra excess. You probably can't take it off because it's gold band. I don't know. Maybe you can. Maybe that's just a trimming. Maybe you could trim it off, but you ain't gonna get to trim it. You might get to trim it to there, maybe. I don't know. You might save a gram on it. I think you're going to break the bank by doing it, so. What do we get down to there? 52 grams if we do some of the stuff. You take the DPI button out. Another gram, maybe 51 grams. What else do you want to do? Take the rubber off. Take the rubber off, you probably get down to 45 maybe. If you're lucky. Yeah, I know, yeah, the diffuser. This thing, it does nothing, does it? You can see we take a few out. Besides that mofo. Come on. Glue down. Okay, tomorrow night I'll do the wide one because I'm running out of time now. It'll take me another 2 hours or so. First pop, just wait. These bastards ain't glue. Not realising. change to a glue nightmare. Stay. What mouse has the best rubber compound? What, in terms of grips and stuff? None of them, they're all rubbish. Like coatings, none of the coatings are good. I don't think there's actually a... I don't know, there's other options for them, they just don't do it. They seem to wear down so fast, the rubber and coatings. Like I can literally wear down a Logitech Superlight in about a couple of days just to shine it straight away. Like, oh, that's great. Why is it so thin? Maybe they've thickened it a little bit, which is why they're a little bit heavier. Made it a bit easier to take this out, couldn't it? Yeah, RGB. There's a non-destructive video that will come out if you missed it. You don't have to smash your mouse to pieces. There's one way we can actually take it apart. Yeah. Without wrecking it. Yeah, could just use plastic. So there we have it. Plug it in. There we go. Into life. Your wonderful Cobra Pro. Final weight with the RGB diffuser now. This is what I would run it. It's not that way around. You really wanted to. 59 grams. Boom. You can get down to 52 if you want to tweak it a lot, like we said. Just depends how far you want to go. Nice. Cheers for watching. I'm going to end my stream now as well. I'm going to go to bed. I'll be back on tomorrow and we will give it a spin. We'll give the wide one a go. So tune in tomorrow if you're not around. Cheers, man. Appreciate it. Cheers for all watching tonight. Plenty more coming tomorrow night and then Friday, don't forget, streaming as well. Cheers, bulk. Hope you all enjoyed that. Something a little bit different. See you all. Good potato. Did Revolt? Did you follow Revolt? That's the question. Take care, simple. We will do, mate. Thank you, man. Cheers, dude. Have a good one. That was drastic. Fair enough. You budding up the what's the word? Bravery. Don't blame you, mate. GG. Catch you all tomorrow night, 9 PM British summertime. Peace.